Hello everyone, and welcome back to more Murders on the Yangtze River. It's been about, like, a week and a half since we played this game. Hopefully the audio seems fine. What is it? My game audio was a little out of sync for Thursday's stream for, like, a lot of it, and I don't know why. Might have just been capture card related, so hopefully these sounds are fine. It probably doesn't matter, but we'll see. Anyway, so last time we were on this game, yeah, we're here for more murders! But yeah, let's see, last time we did cases 1 and 2. I don't know where we're going from here. Let's find out. We're trying to figure out the ongoing mystery of who murdered the main character's brother, I think. That's what the mystery is. He went over to this small town on the Yangtze River, where he ends up, like, getting involved as a suspect of a murder case immediately, from the guy he's trying to get information from, who died. But now it turns out that that guy might not have actually written his own mysteries, and the guy who did write the mysteries, or came up with the mystery ideas, is still alive, so maybe we're gonna get information from him. We'll see how it goes. Let's load this one. Alright, let's go. I'm a little tired today, so I don't know how long stream's gonna go. I wasn't sure if I would be streaming, but you know, we're here. Oh, we're jumping ahead. Alright, so this is the guy who actually murdered his cousin, uncle, grandpa, something like that. I think it's his uncle. But he was the one who actually was writing the mysteries. But he was also really bad at writing, so he didn't get any of the credit for anything. I'm so foolish. I said many rude things to Miss Liu. Miss Liu was the victim of the previous murder, who was not was not his fault. Even though he was also a strong suspect for it. He murdered his victim, yes. That happened. And this is our main character. And this is our Watson. Let's see. When everyone laughed at me and called me a crazy person, I wish someone would believe me. Even if it were only one. Or even if there were only one. When this person finally appeared, I didn't believe her, and instead suspected her motives. Oh, loud dots. What others said is true. I am ungrateful and vicious. It's not your fault. After being suppressed for too long, it is inevitable that you will doubt yourself. Mr. Shen, I once framed you, but you helped me instead. Yeah, he tried to frame the main character. Actually, I did it for myself. I came to you to learn about the book, The Confined Room Mystery. We mainly want to know how you came up with the twist in that book. Why do you have to ask about this book? I don't know.
Huh?
Don't know? Loud dots, very loud dots. The dots were so loud, they destroyed his portrait. It was just not there for a little bit. Mr. Shen, you were really smart. You've seen through me completely. The Confined Room Mystery. That's the real reason why I killed Lo Pei. Did he not write that one? Half a year ago, Lo Pei went to Yangzhou with Miss Liu to visit the Golden Words. The Golden Runes? After returning, he wrote the Confined Room Mystery. So this was a dead end the whole time. The other day, Miss Liu came to see me. Lo Pei cheating on her? Yeah, he was cheating on him with another mystery maker, I guess. He said that she found out the ideas in most of Lo Pei's book were not his own. She thought it was wrong. I was a co-author of his books. Lo Pei should have put my name on it. I went to talk to Lo Pei, but he kept showing me how successful the confined room mystery was. And saying he could write books on his own. I'm dispensable. This is really irritating. I was not angry. I know I'm useless. I'm good at nothing but the Imperial examination. As far as I can tell, what's written on his shirt basically just means prisoner, right? He's just like a person trapped in a box, tossed aside like a broken vape. Master Lo has a brilliant literary talent. He has made many friends in that circle. Only he can turn my ideas into stories. It says smooth criminal. That's what the circle's for. The circle, it means he's smooth. He's a smooth criminal. Seeing fans like the twists in the story, my heart. Actually, I'm very happy. But the confined room mystery made you realize that you're not the only one. Oh, that face. How can he use other people's plot twists? Nah, I know, I'm making a joke because someone in chat said. How can he use other people's plot twists? He is cheating on you! Then what is the point of my life? Since my life has no meaning. Then let's die together! That's why I killed him. That's why I killed him! I'm doing okay, Fire. Hope you're doing well. I'm thinking about watching the new Fantastic Four tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Expensive. Movies are expensive. Mr. Shen, Lo Shuwen is going crazy again. You should leave right now. It's time to give him smoking cessation pills. Also, I finished grinding out the 120k in Donkey Kong. Didn't really take that long, like half an hour. Shen, is it a bad thing to have passion for something? Why do you suddenly ask me this? I feel that both Officer Ma and Lo Shuwen genuinely love detective novels. The music is really loud for me. Is it alright for y'all? Hopefully, it probably gets quiet when I talk, but I feel that both. Okay, I feel like Officer Ma and Lo Shuwen, alright, genuinely love. You know what? Let's turn it down in game because it is really loud for me. It's still really loud, but I guess it's a little bit quieter now. I feel that both Officer Ma and Lo Shuwen genuinely love detective novels. But both of them killed someone because of it. They really love detective novels. They wanted to star in their own. I wonder if one day I'll kill someone too. My love of science will make me do bad things too. Lo Pei bears a great responsibility for Lo Shuwen's current situation. As for the problem you mentioned, I think we only need to distinguish between love and fanaticism. See, you can love something, but don't be a fan. He's talking about parasocial relationships, right? Officer Ma's blind worship is a kind of fanaticism. Lo Shuwen gradually became extreme due to excessive obsession. It's a different kind of fanaticism. True love is rational. You have fans? I only have ECs. I see. But can people really stay rational when it comes to things they truly care about? Oh, he just didn't reply. Let's go. Hey, Judge, what's up? Where are we going? I don't know where we're going anymore. The soldiers found the armed guards at Ma Tao's residence that had not been disposed of yet. Several scratches were also found on them. This case should be a solid one, without a doubt. That's good to know. Mr. Shen is truly a master detective, having successfully solved 2 cases in a row. Well, yeah, two cases in a row. Wow, master material. Your praise is too kind, Judge Chang. And we owe much to Afu's assistance too. Okay, he walked forward. Hey, Lady Auntie Fu. 100% success rate. You are really awesome. You're way past cool. You're very radical. Auntie Vu, thank you. I'm talking about Mr. Shen. You should learn from him. Certainly I should. Auntie, it is your analysis that has provided direction for this case, even though you got it wrong. You're being modest. If you hadn't exposed Ma Tao's plot, I'd have almost become his accomplice. Well, I may consult you about a question regarding the posture of a corpse. Or may I consult you about a question regarding the posture of a corpse? Go ahead. Shen Chung-Ping introduced the characteristics of a corpse to Auntie. It's not telling us. It's not showing us either. What you described, called opisthotonus, strongly resembles Chanji poison.
Huh?
Chanji. A poison made from Nux vomica. After ingestion, it causes intense full-body contortions and agonizing pain. Lovely. It results in a posture where the head and feet meet, resembling being tracted, hence the name. What a horrible thing. You're beaten down and emotionally fragile, but at least you have a Switch 2 now? Did you manage to retrieve your Switch from work? The toxic component of Nux vomica is known as, strychnine in Western medicine. The London police have carefully examined the body and found no traces of strychnine. I'm not an expert in Western medicine, but since you say so, it must have been repeatedly verified. Yes. Forensic science is vast and profound, and I only have a superficial understanding of it. I will discuss with the old coroners I know and reply to you later. Good for her. Not jumping to any conclusions. Thank you, Auntie Vu. Alright. Lord, I met a boatman at the dock just now. He seemed to be looking for Mr. Shen. Shen! Uncle Wang is here to pick us up. In that case, you two should hurry up and hit the road. We're not hitting a road! We're going onto a boat! Officer Ma is being held in another cell, but I still intend to have a chat with him. Judge Shang, let us part ways here then. Young lad, nice to see you again. Would you like me to help you improve your detective skills? Right now, I don't want to become the next target like Master Lo. Young people's aspirations change quickly. It's alright. I have other books here. Shall we take a look at this? New Tales of Mr. Braggadocio? And this book, The New Story of the Stone, will surely open your mind after reading it. The new story of the stone is related to opening one's mind. You have no idea what this book is about. It tells a sci-fi story of someone brought back to life and using a submarine to travel everywhere. I want to read it. Well, we're not reading it. Alas, so many things happened in one night. It would make a great detective story. Chungta, the case has been solved. It was Officer Ma who killed Miss Liu. Yes, I heard about that. Thanks to your ironwork manual, we were able to bring Officer Ma to justice. I'm glad I was helpful. Okay, he just doesn't care. That guy did not care at all about what was happening in that conversation. I heard the two detectives enjoy rice cake. No, they like to eat buns. Oh, then let's go buy some too. We're really into buns. Could that smoker really have such ability? But I heard that the editor has evidence. Oh, let's not talk about it anymore. Afu? What are you looking for? Huh? How come Mr. Cow's pastry stall is gone? I suppose it must have been closed down after selling out. Well, I was planning to get some steamed buns to take on the road. We like good buns, and I cannot lie. Hello. Oh my, you're finally back. Sorry, Uncle Wong. We encountered a case that caused delays. Wasn't Afu repairing a boat? Like a motor or something like that? But this guy's clearly just sailing, or he's rowing. What happened? I don't understand. I'm sorry, Uncle Wong. We encountered a case that caused delays. I figured it would be like this. Let's hurry and get on the boat first. I guess he's not really rowing, right? He's dragging himself. He's dragging them using the bottom of the stick. Is that how it goes? Bowling, yes. Screen cap. I keep forgetting that I have a screen cap button. Actually, let's screen cap this with the building. I cannot read that, I'm sorry. With the reaction force, yeah, makes sense. That sound was very in my right ear. That's a Chinese poem. No one could read them? Okay, I see. Gym Master, with this flywheel, we can continue our... Okay, so we went to this boat. This was the boat where things were broken. Okay. With this flywheel, we continue our journey. Afu, you're just like your father. Relentless in experiments, neglecting anything else. Probably should get a new job, but effort... Oh no! At least you'll have free time to play your Switch games. Oh, has he also burned a generator while experimenting? Things he's burned are much bigger than generators. Then there's time later. I'll tell you more. For now, let's just replace this flywheel. I don't know what a flywheel is. I don't know anything about boats. Okay. I don't know anything about mechanisms. Oh man, we have a murder board. In the short term, you'll just throw the occasional tantrum. Fair. It's been a truly long day, hasn't it? Indeed. 2 consecutive murder cases in a single day. Shen, you've had a busy day too. Let's get some. Is there gonna be a murder on this boat? Shen, you've got a busy day too. Get some rest now. No rush. I need to make some case records. Yeah, I haven't slept all night either. Why not take a break? Yeah, there's gonna be a murder on this boat. Blacksmith Ta helped me make a spring. I want to install it in my invention. What new invention do you have now? It's a secret. Once I finish it, you'll find out. I saw a discussion recently about how people were trying to, like, were playing, like, kind of mystery games that were, that were basically identical in terms of gameplay to other mystery games, but they just they didn't feel that like they had enough. What's the word? Urgency. They didn't feel like they had enough urgency because they weren't like murder mysteries or anything like that. And I was like, yeah, fair. It's just like, oh yeah, let's solve the mystery of how the cat got in the tree or whatever. Once I finish it, you'll find out. Don't burn the generator again. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to the voltage this time. 2 days later. Melon mysteries. Shen, the captain has steered the ship towards Yangzhou. Sure, let's visit the Golden Words publishing house. Surely we'll discover something there. Oh, urgency is it's a type of what is it? Fruit drink that you can get in a powder. It's very useful for turning water red and making it look like blood. Yeah, that's what it is. Sure, let's visit the Golden Words publishing house. Hopefully, we'll discover something there. Shen, how about telling me more about that case? I can help you. Certainly, I was planning to go through the case again from the beginning. Shen, are the details of the crime in Lopez's novel really identical to this case? Indeed. It all started 3 years ago. Oh yeah, urgency. Happens. Alright. Yeah, so sometimes you forget words. I forgot the word urgency for a little bit, right? Then I remembered. 3 years ago, I was studying law in Boston. In August of the same year, I received a message from Joseph, a good friend of my brother, informing me that my brother had died mysteriously in his apartment in London. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to travel to London. Getting Shanghai Noon and Shanghai Nights vibes. The green house ahead is where my brother met his fate. This is the place.
Hello, may I ask if this is Officer Jones?
He speaks English, that's great. He's gonna have a bottle of water. He is gonna have a bottle of water. Ye are.
I am John Shen, brother of Brian Shen.
Oh man, he even chose the name John.
A close friend Brian Shen's younger brother, John Shen, is about to arrive in London.
in English. Hold on.
Please guide him to inspect Brian's car.
I'm gonna turn up the music, the voice volume a little bit, since it's in English right now.
Scene and facilitate his access to the case files. Joseph Iscariot Bell.
His name is really Iscariot? Damn.
Since it's Joseph's request, I'll surely coordinate with you.
Let's give us fact about Scotland Yard. In 1829, the British Parliament passed the Modern Professional Police Act for the first time, establishing the Metropolitan Police Service, with its headquarters located at 4 Whitehall Square. I'm sure that Whitehall might not actually be pronounced Whitehall, because the public entrance faces the Great Scotland Yard Street. The public gradually referred to the London Police as Scotland Yard. Its jurisdiction covers 32 boroughs, such as Westminster and Camden. I think that's pronounced Camden, right? Bro speaks like a real Scots. Kinda does, doesn't he? Environmental impact on body changes. When the external temperature is high, rigor mortis occurs earlier and resolves sooner. When the temperature is low, rigor mortis sets in later and resolves later. However, the stiffness in the bodies burned to death is caused by the coagulation of proteins due to high temperatures and is not rigor mortis. The stiffness in bodies frozen outdoors in ice or under artificial freezing conditions is mainly due to freezing. Additionally, rigor mortis occurs more slowly in environments with high humidity.
I'm Cody Jones.
I'm Cody Jones.
Case. Just call me Jones.
The way they spelled it, like
Thank you for your help.
Speaking of which, your brother's suicide scene looks rather...
he added a word in here that isn't in the text.
Young one, you sure you want to step in?
I'm sure.
All right, after checking the scene, come away to the office.
They really didn't need to spell his accent like that.
Say, you can wrap up the case then.
Cafe de Flore.
You guys again? How many times you come without invite?
Burton Brewed Pale and Old Ales. The Wellington Bar. Ooh, chocolatier.
Is police station 2 free? Or whole London only has case in my place?
Mrs. Chang, sorry for not giving you a heads up today.
Rather important person, huh? Move aside.
Look, they really do look alike, these two brothers. They're currently we're in London right now, yeah. There's a flashback to when we're in London. The younger brother is even more handsome than the elder brother. Auntie Chang, in the letters my brother sent me before, he often mentioned your care for him. A good man, your brother. Ambitious and talented. Bad luck such things happened.
Mrs. Chang, can we first?
Take off shoes first. Don't dirty my carpet. Keep windows shut. Bad energy if open.
Bad energy if
Every
open.
time you come, my house a mess. My medicine on stove. Knock it over. See what happens.
Does he just like knock things over whenever he's in her house? What's going on?
Nay, bother. Dinna fash yourself.
I could not understand what that meant.
Intrude over much. Theoretically speaking, this should be.
Didn't fash yourself. Wait. What did he say? Nay, bother. Don't bother. Didn't fash yourself. What does that mean? Didn't fash yourself. I'm sure this is yourself, and this is don't. Didn't? I don't know. I don't know what he means this. Well, don't trouble yourself. I guess, but what's the word mean? Fash? Really? Alright.
Last trip? That's not what the signs say. You foreigners, you will have more visits. All right. Stick close to your esteemed guest.
Esteemed guest?
Without him, you break my vase today. Compensate me. It's cloisonné. Expensive.
Vase?
Oh, don't knock it on. Duh!
See, I told you.
How'd you do that? You were like 3 feet away.
这屋是他的工作室，
This room is his
意外就
studio.
发生在
The
这里。
murder happened right here.
他经常把自己
He
锁在
often locks
玻璃
himself
罩里
inside,
我也
researching.
不懂他
I
在
don't
研究些
understand
什么。
what he is researching either.
有劳郑阿姨了。
Thank you, Auntie Chung, for your help.
小伙子，
Young man, take your time to look around.
You walk careful. Don't break my things again.
Oh, Officer Jones.
I really hope this is the last time I'm stepping in here.
Officer Jones, could you please tell me about the situation at the time?
Of course. That afternoon at 2:05,
Afternoon.
we got a telegraph saying there's been a murder in this room.
Telegram.
We went upstairs to check. Found the door locked from the inside. Had to break the lock open.
How did they get a telegram? Did she just decide? Did she go to like the post office instead of the police station? Is that what happened? I guess one might be closer than the other, but still, that's. Maybe she has a telegram. Maybe everyone had telegrams back then, or maybe she could afford one. She did have that expensive vase. Maybe I just don't know how early 1900s London works in terms of telegram connectivity. Maybe the nearest police were far away. Yeah. Burro.
What's inside?
Who's this man on the left? What the heck?
Pose on the chair.
What a pose! What is this music?
Dagger plunged into his chest. His expression was awfully strange, a lot of pain, but half his face seems to be smiling.
What kind of dagger is it? Is there anything special about it?
Nothing remarkable in appearance, light in weight, but razor sharp.
It doesn't do much stanch damage, but if you upgrade it to if you attune it with a keen ash of war, scary traditional Chinese music playing. But why was it playing?
Direction of the police investigation.
Did he have it on like his record
Identified any
player?
Suspects yet?
Like he had it on his record player while he was in his death pose. What is the current... Okay, he said it, but I spoke over. What is the current direction of the police investigation? Have you identified any suspects yet?
I thought Joseph had already filled you in on this. Well, Mr. Shen, based on the evidence gathered so far, the police have come to the conclusion...
Is Joseph Iscariot that one guy, like the guy with the ponytail that was in the flashback, in the flashback within the flashback? Is that his name? Joseph Iscariot Bell?
Your brother took his own life.
I like how he said it own. He actually said own, but they still spelled it as ein.
Suicide? Impossible. My brother would never kill himself.
The room was sealed off at the time of the incident. Old door and window windows were locked from inside. The only key was in your brother's own hand.
Only keys in red. It's red truth. Maybe it's a lie.
Not just that, but the weapon only had his own fingerprints on it as well.
Oh, who knows about Scottish spellings?
Again, it's hard to accept. My condolences.
Oh, we can control ourselves in the... Okay, we can investigate in the past. This is our Mind Palace. On the top shelf, there are certificates and medals that my brother has received. In the middle, there are some pharmaceutical theory books and laboratory equipment. On the bottom shelf, there are several wax cylinder records, including Autumn in the Han Palace. A lab bench that is filled with bottles and containers. Oh, we can examine it. Crime scene investigation, CSI. A dismantled kerosene lamp on the table. Several long cotton threads soaked in kerosene bottle, or in the kerosene bottle. A small brush inside. Wonder why. Alright, we can't examine that. This bottle contains strychnine. Officer Jones, do you know what do you know there's strychnine in my brother's room? It's a locked house, and I don't believe he killed himself, so he's still alive. He must. Yeah, maybe he's not dead at all. Oh, Jennifer. I certainly looked into this angle. Your brother's autopsy and toxicology tests were done by Joseph, a forensic expert. Even though the signs on the body looked like strychnine poisoning, the test came out. You know what? I'm gonna look up how this is pronounced, just in case. Oh, thank you, YouTube. It does appear to be strychnine. I think. It could also just be strychnine. Alright, anyway. Even though the signs on the body looked like strychnine poisoning, the tests came out negative. He was just sleeping, it's just a dagger in his chest? We don't matter? What about other toxins? No, it was a critical hit though! Critical hit deals a lot of extra damage. Of course, all of them came back negative. Our capabilities are limited and some new drugs may not be detected. What is the current police speculation about the cause of my brother's body contortion? Just a moment, let me check my notebook. It has Joseph's theory. Oh, found it! We found a recently healed wound on the victim's foot. If there is a rust contamination on the wound, or if he was exposed to germs during experiments, then there's a possibility of tetanus infection. If he got a fright or felt intense pain, it might have caused back spasms, or if there's stimulation causing back nerve paralysis, it could lead to body contortions. In summary, Joseph thinks there are many possible causes for the body contortion. As for the toxicology test results, they were all negative. Someone had to draw this. Some of the text got cut off there. Various chemicals and reagents placed on the lab bench. Among them, there are aspirin, cocaine, and trichloromethane. Test tubes contained powdered herbal medicines such as Sephora, Ploveskins, and Angelica sinensis. Same as before. Yeah. In this game, you can learn about history, Chinese language, Chinese culture, British culture, Scots, and now even chemistry. It's true. And also, you know, forensics. A stack of oil paper on the table. Each sheet is large and thin. Completed! Wow! Circular outline. It looks like a cartoon bomb. What was originally inside this white circle? A roll of Morse code paper strip, which we took as evidence. So you found it on the ground. That's right. I suspect it fell from the Morse code telegraph machine. Does it have any content on it? Was this where the telegram was sent from? Did someone else send a telegram from inside? Or maybe what's her name? Miss Shang? Auntie Shang? Was that her name? I don't remember. Auntie Chang? Was she the one who sent the telegram from in here? Does it have any content on it? It's a telegram from Mr. Bell, Joseph's father. We've checked the contents, discussing the development of a certain drug. Nothing suspicious. Nothing suspicious. The window can only be opened from the inside. Below is the busy Plymouth Street, with fashion stores, jewelry shops, and furniture stores. Not far away are the iconic Palace of Westminster and the Royal Opera House. Through the window, the three-storied Savoy restaurant across seems to be very busy. Stool? Let's examine the stool. There is a small stool placed between the desk and the candle arrangement. The stool is very small, with a height of less than 20 centimeters. Interesting. Books and bookends. Several books on the desk, including Principles of Chemistry and the Interpretation of Dreams. Someone rearranged these books for some reason. It seems like these are the books that Bright often read. Huh? Each book spine has some ink stains. The arrangement seems to have a certain pattern. Officer Jones, may I organize these books? Aye. The police investigation is done, and they're now your property. And they're now your property. And they're your property. Right. Where should I start? You know what? This goes at the end, for sure. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. It's fine. But he reads Russian? He reads everything, apparently. He reads German. He reads lines. The Moonstone. Wilk Collins. Oh, that's Freud. Die Traumdeutung. Traumdeutung. And I have no idea how to read Cyrillic alphabet, so... yeah. Indeed, the ink stains on the book spread diagonally. These ink stains indeed appear to be flicked from a fountain pen. He has two thinker statues. There's one missing. Clearly another book in the middle has been taken. Could you please tell me if the police took a book with ink stains on its spine from the scene? Ah. Could it be that the killer took the book? It seems difficult to confirm if the book was missing then, or if it had been gone for a while. Mr. Shen, you need to trust the police. Don't assume. Didn't I assume there's a killer on your own? Don't just assume there's a killer on your own, I guess? I don't know what word this is supposed to replace. Oh, we can examine the telegraph machine from over here. This is the telegraph machine on the table, and there are traces of it being used on that day. I read manga better than him. I can read a manga, but he didn't even buy one. Well, maybe that book with the spine facing the wrong way was a manga. This is the telegraph machine on the table, and there are traces of it being used on that day. The Morse code paper reel we found should be fitted in the hexagonal area on its tap. Other than that, no other abnormalities were found on the machine. Seven candles are arranged on the ground in the shape of the Big Dipper. Really? I can sort of see it. Each candle is securely fixed to the floor with wax by someone. It looks like some kind of mysterious Eastern really, Mr. Jones? Officer Jones? The Big Dipper. Chung-Ping, can you still find the Big Dipper? I like how it calls him Brian Shen, even in the flashback. Like, does he not have a Chinese name? He's only Brian now. He's abandoned his Chinese name. And looking in the direction of the spoon's handle, you can find the North Star. North Star is the only star that remains fixed at the North Celestial Pole. Therefore, travelers use it as a guide for direction when they're away from home. Find the North Star anywhere, it guides you back home from afar. It's actually Boan, but IDK why they didn't show it in the English version. I don't know, maybe they thought it would be confusing. Even, I guess it doesn't show John here, right? It doesn't show John Shen, so I guess they just decided to stick with that, or to stick with one version of the name. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. It says the candles are arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. The position of Polaris is near the desk. I watch VTubers, animes, and YouTube every day wasting my own life. He didn't even have a PC, so I win. English speakers are too easily confused. It's true, though. Near the desk. Is there anything special about the desk? I did not find anything special on the desk either. If I had to say, there were some marks on the candles instead. Tell me quickly. See the sides of this candle? There's a shallow scratch. The yin... the one next to it also has one. Interestingly, these two scratches are on the same horizontal plane. They keep throwing in new words. Indeed, they are quite suspicious. Could they be traces left by the murderer? The possibility of this being a case of homicide is very, very low. Currently, no evidence links the candles to the murder case. Class photo. Is this photo of my brother and his friends? There are your brother's classmates. I heard Joseph took the photo. The one in the middle is Stone Wu. Stone? He knew your brother from before coming to the UK. It seems I've met him when I was a child. I wonder if Stone's a brother of Rock. But writing accents by overchanging the spelling is indeed confusing. It's true. It seems I've met him when I was a child. The one on the right, on the richt, is Toby Cheng. Chang? What's the apostrophe mean? Chang? He's your... Yeah, anyway. He's your brother's classmate at the University of London. So we got Stone... So Brian, Stone, and Toby. Alright. Wait, how did Joseph take it? If he's standing over here. That is Joseph, right? How did you take this? How did you take this photo? Stone woo, rock woo, and metal woo. Don't forget earth woo. Pharmaceutical researcher, pharmaceutical student. These two are only students? No, I guess it's just not updated, right? We don't know their current jobs. So yeah, this is indeed Joseph Iscariot Bell. Dang, Shen is young. Is this his current age or the age in the flashback? I think it's gotta be the flashback age, right? She seems adept in metaphysics and can predict certain events. Fingerprint identification. Fingerprint identification can be traced back to the Qin dynasty, where finger pressing on sealing wax was used by sealing important letters by the Tang and Song dynasties. Theories related to identifying individuals' fingerprints were already in existence. In 1788, the German anatomist Johann Christoph Andreas Meyer was the first to propose that no two individuals have identical fingerprints, which gradually led to the formation of modern fingerprint science in the 19th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, police stations in cities like Qingdao and Shanghai established fingerprint registration departments, marking one of the symbols of judicial appraisal reform in the late Qing dynasty. Why is this getting cut off at the bottom? Alright, strychnine. Strychnine is a type of alkaloid extracted from the plant Strychnos nux vomica. It is slightly soluble in water, colorless, extremely bitter, and highly toxic. According to legend, it is believed that the poison was used to kill Li Yu, an emperor of China. The symptoms of strychnine poisoning include restlessness, twitching of facial and neck muscles, followed by severe muscle spasms throughout the body. Death usually occurs within 1 to 3 hours after poisoning due to asphyxiation or exhaustion. The individual's face may show a bitter smile, and the body may exhibit arching and stiffness, resembling symptoms of tetanus. For a long time, the detection of poisons in criminal investigations was a significant challenge. It was not until after the chemical revolution of the 18th century that a new understanding of elements laid the foundation for poison detection. The chemist Orfila conducted numerous experiments to establish analytical methods for identifying poisons from biological tissues and fluids. He organized a system classification and identification method of poisons into a treatise on forensic medicine. Later, he marked the formation of forensic toxicology by extracting arsenic from the internal organs of the deceased to confirm poisoning. More facts? Morse code is an encoding method invented by the British inventor Samuel Morse. I heard he invented it. Like, oh man, I heard the story about why he invented it. It had to do with, like, someone died because they couldn't get the message out fast enough. Well, in this transliteration, consonants without apostrophes should be unaspirated, like the K in cow, which is pronounced the same as in skirt. If there's an apostrophe, it's aspirated, like, it would be like gao instead of cow. Wait, oh, unaspirated, it would be gao, then. How do you unaspirate CH, though? I can't think about how you do that. Jeng? Like that? Maybe? Jeng? Jeng? I'm really bad at doing unaspirated consonants. It's really hard to do it with an English accent, or with an American accent, I guess. Because it's not in the phonology. Body outline. Officer Jones was my brother, sitting in this chair at the time of death. so Cheng would be aspirated then. Is he reading? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just mostly just curious what it meant, because usually, like obviously, you know, it's not like English transliteration, but in English transliteration, I think a lot of people will use an apostrophe to separate two different vowel sounds, and I was just wondering like what this would mean in this case, or to indicate like a pause, right? Or like a glottal stop or something like that. So I was just confused a little bit because it was like not the usual. Strictly speaking, he was not sitting in the chair, but leaning on it in a very peculiar posture. His head and lower limbs were bent downward, while his body arches upward like a bow. How could this be? We've looked into all sorts, but there's no definite answer or definitive answer. No ruling out that he got a massive fright or pain reaction at the very moment of his passing. Oh. The twitch! They made him twitch! Brian! Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen, you alright, pal? You look as if you just, as if you've just come back from the depths of hell. Can I take a closer look around here? Please go ahead. Is this shape key? Aye, we took it as evidence in our investigation. This is the sole key to the room, and we discovered it in gripped in Brian's left hand. There were only your brother's fingerprints on the key. Fingerprints on the key. You're actually waiting for someone to say bloody since we're in London? They're saying blood, but not bloody. Drops of blood on the floor as well as on the edges of the chair, which have already coagulated. There were no bloodstains in the room except near the chair. Officer, how are the bloodstains distributed on my brother's clothes at the time? There were a wee bit of bloodstains on the clothing near the dagger, but aside from that, there was no clear flow direction. Not to the left, right, up, nor down. Up nor down. An unburnt scrap of paper, seemingly made of boiled paper. It seems that there was something written on it, but it is impossible to recognize it. We got a lot of clues in this one. An asbestos mesh with burn marks on it. The corner of the asbestos mesh is tied with wire, and the middle part has been replaced with wax? It might have been used for experiments, as asbestos mesh is a common tool in labs. Asbestos makes its return. There are many scattered paper ashes around the chair. Not just around the chair, but there were quite a few paper ashes on your brother's body. I heard in the East you burn paper during ancestral worship ceremonies. Do you reckon this has any connection to that, to your brother's passing? Ancestral worship ceremonies. Indeed. Mrs. Cheng mentioned the August 15th, according to your calendar, is a special holiday. That day was the Ghost Festival, and also the anniversary of my father's death. Both of those at the same time. In that order. So you suggested in that day your brother was performing ancestral worship for your father, for your faither. It's not possible. Our relationship with our father was not good, and we have never done such a thing before. I mean, I guess it's possible, it's just, you know, unlikely. Officer Jones, if my brother's body was contorted when he was killed, how was he leaning on the chair? Let me do a wee sketch for you. Here's how he and the chair were set up at that moment. That drawing. Did you really have to draw the X's on his eyes, officer? I like the perspective though. He did a good job. He also had to do that expression too. He made that expression on his face. And look at how much detail he put on the knife. He was like, I need to show off how important this knife is. Officer, please. What are you doing? Too soon, sir. But he didn't give him his hair. Maybe his brother was bald when he was dead. Maybe that's what happened. The chair is missing a leg. All the detail focused on the weirdest places. The victim's body in the chair found a fine equilibrium, a delicate balance. I guess you need to be glad that he didn't draw an emoji. Skull emoji. I'm not sure if that was a coincidence. Alright, chair. When my brother's body was found, it was contorted. His body died, and the chair achieved a delicate balance. Brian, what exactly happened? I won't let you die like this without knowing the truth. I will definitely find the murderer and bring them to justice. That was a clue. Let's examine his feet. The white circle represents the position and posture of my brother when he was killed. I can't let him die like this without knowing the truth. Alright, the feet weren't important. Is there anything else to examine here? What am I looking for? Although we already examined this, we 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 examined this. Is there more? Am I missing something? Am I blind? Oh, I just have to look at this again. The only key to the room was found in Brian's left hand at the time of the incident. There were only my brother's fingerprints on the key. No. What could there be to examine? Hello? An asbestos mesh with burn marks on it. Asbestos in the middle has been replaced with wax. I can't think of anything else to examine. His missing hand? He's got a bloody armpit. I don't know anything about asbestos. Except that it's apparently making a comeback. For reasons. What? Okay. I mean, I didn't see that, but I accidentally examined it. Deep claw marks on the chair legs with slight traces of blood on them. Ryan, what exactly did you experience? He became a werewolf. He turned into a werewolf. A beam of light shines through the skylight directly onto the chair where the murder occurred. Huh? What's this? The skylight window frame shows scorch marks, and the marks appear to be fresh. I see, so someone was propping it open with paper, and then they burned it so that they could close, so that it would latch itself. Oh, indeed. Those are scorch marks. Even though it's unclear what caused them, this is unrelated. This definitely... How could you tell? The skylight is very high, and without a ladder, there's no way one can reach it. Mrs. Cheng's house didn't have that. Besides, we've inspected the skylight, and it's locked from inside the house. Thick dust on the glass, no signs of being touched or tampered with. It's highly probable that those scorch marks were made before the incident. This is your brother's studio, and the marks on the window are likely caused by experiments. Dang, Miss Cheng just does not care. she's letting all this happen in her house. Cylinder phonograph. When we entered the scene, the phonograph was still playing, but it stopped after a short while. Did it stop because the wax cylinder ran out? It has been about 15 minutes of playing. I personally verified this matter. There's a cafe downstairs in this building, just on the floor below. Or just one floor below. Staff reported continuous opera music from this room, 1:40 to 2:30 p.m. that day. Did they hear any other sounds? No. 7-star lamp is what it's called. Okay. Mr. Shen, interested in listening to the phonograph content? Let's go. Let's give it a listen. Yo, that animation. This is Peking Opera. Content sounds somewhat familiar. Thomas Edison brand phonographs, huh? I wonder how much this have recorded. But they did say about 50 minutes, right? Hopefully it's not a full 50-minute recording. Phonograph is playing Peking Opera 7-star lamp. 7-star lamp? What is it about? It's about Zhu Lang. Zhu? I don't know how to pronounce. I've never known how to pronounce that. Hold on. I'm gonna check that out. Zhu. Yeah. Juga. All right. It's about Zhuge Liang, who failed to borrow 10 years of lifespan from heaven 1,790 years ago. Qing Cheng Hanji is also part of Peking Opera. Ooh. So that's how it is. 46 minutes long. Tells the story of Kong Ming begging for longevity. Well, you always hear about Komei in Japanese anime, and that is Zhuge Liang. I guess that's the Japanese transliteration of the Kong Ming name then. Alright. Let's talk to him. Oh wait, before I talk to him, let's look at our new facts. We have a bunch of them. Hungry Ghost Festival. The Hungry Ghost Festival, also known as Zhongguan Festival, is a traditional Chinese festival observed on the 15th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar. In ancient times, during the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the emperor presented the newly harvested grains at the ancestral temple to repay the blessings of the gods, ghosts, and ancestors. In Buddhism, believers held a Bon Festival ceremony on the same day, according to Ulambana Sutra, offering sacrifices to monks and returning merit to their parents. Is that also what Bon Odori in Japan celebrates? The Bon Festival? Is it the same Bon? In Taoism, it is said that the emperor of the Central Plains, the highest official in the land, forgives the sins of the dead on this day. People offer flowers and fruits, set up altars, and recite scriptures, praying for the emperor to forgive their ancestors and also save their souls. Now that I'm thinking about it, is the reason why Tao is, or like it's pronounced Tao in English, is that because it's supposed to be unaspirated and English speakers have trouble saying it like that? Tao? Like that? I don't know, maybe I'm just making connections that aren't real. Wax cylinder phonograph. The wax cylinder phonograph, people from 1896 to 1910, was a recording and playback audio device that utilized the principle of converting sound waves into vibrations of a metal needle to record and play back waveforms on wax cylinders. In 1877, Thomas Edison invented the foil cylinder phonograph, which was prone to damage and had limited playback capability. It's also spelled Taoism now. I see. And had limited playback capability. It was later improved and adjusted to become the all-wax cylinder phonograph, which was introduced to the market in 1888 and gained widespread recognition. Oil cylinder. The Peking Opera 7-star lamp. A traditional Peking opera play, also known as Kongming Begs for Longevity, adapted from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It tells the story of Zhuge Liang. I keep pronouncing that wrong. That Yang. Prominent Chinese military strategist who suffered from severe vomiting and blood loss. He performed a ritual that used 7 lamps to prolong his life. However, the ritual was interrupted and Zhuge Liang died with a premonition of his future. Oh, there's 7 candles here. Bro, no, it's only 6 candles. Wait, no, there's 7. Yeah, there's 7 candles. Officer Jones, can I ask you a few more questions? Aye, as long as it helps to solve the case swiftly. About the person who filed the report. Officer Jones, you mentioned earlier that someone filed a report. May I ask who the reporter is? Came as an anonymous telegram. Had only one sentence. A homicide occurred at 79 Purley Street. So it wasn't Ms. Chang who sent the telegraph. It does sound somewhat illogical. Since this room is locked and it's suicide, how could anyone know a homicide occurred here? I must admit, I got a sharp mind, but see, the curtain of this window was not closed at the time. It's likely that someone from the opposite building saw the body through the window. Have the police questioned the residents of the building opposite? Hi. Anything you can think of, we already considered. Hold on a second. Give me a momento. Alright. Okay. Just going to that building to look for eyewitnesses took up my entire week. Aye, it's hard to identify potential witnesses with the busy restaurant on the 3rd floor. Officer Jones, can I ask you a few more questions? As long as... okay. About Joseph. Officer Jones, you and Joseph were both the Kensington Division, right? Aye, Joseph was my superior just half a month ago. However, 2 weeks ago, he got a transfer order and was set to be moved to Shanghai. Was Joseph in charge of my brother's case before? Aye, that's correct. But no, the case is in the hands of the new detective sergeant. The new sergeant is not an easy person to deal with. When we go to the police station later, you'll witness it yourself. Officer... okay. About the suspects. Officer Jones, may I ask if the police have identified any suspects yet? There's not gonna be suspects. They think it's suicide. Mr. Shen, as I mentioned before, your brother's death was a suicide, so there are no suspects. Even if it is determined to be a suicide, don't we need to rule out the possibility of homicide? Yeah, they are hamming up the spelling. Aye, of course. We've looked into all the suspicious individuals. Mrs. Cheng, the only person there in the flat that day. Stone Wu, your brother's classmate, had a good relationship with him, but had a big row before. Or sorry, a big row. That's how it's pronounced. A big row. Toby Cheng, your brother's classmate, had a competitive relationship with him. And then there's also the sender of the telegram, Mr. Bell, your brother's research project sponsor. We've interrogated all of these individuals. All of alibis for the time of the incident. I completely understand your desire to uncover the truth. But the truth is, your brother committed suicide in the most weird way possible. Officer Jones, can I ask you a few more questions? Nah, no more questions, actually. Alright, were there any other things that I missed? Seems like a no. There's a wooden door with a round lock. The lock is already damaged from when we kicked it in. When we got here, or they kicked it in, the doorknob was locked from the inside, so we had to force the door open. Alright, let's go to the hallway. Auntie Cheng, may I? Do you want to know about my personal matters? About your brother's matters? Or about the case? About yourself? You'd like to ask how long I've been in London? Exactly. I'm from Teochew, Canton? I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but we'll go with that. And I've been here for 13 years. The fog in London, toxic. You can see nothing, smell unpleasantly. Lungs corrupted for living here. No one cares about this terrible environment? Auntie Cheng, the staircase is indeed... My lungs are still alright. He's just gonna talk about herself, okay. The medicine inside is nothing special. They're all tonic herbs, astragalus, ginseng, and goji berries. Alright, about my brother... Auntie Cheng, may I ask? Your brother is polite and knowledgeable, and our 5 elements are a good match. According to the sexagenary cycle, I was born on a Genying day, and your brother on a Jihai day. Genying belongs to metal, and Jihai belongs to earth, and earth generates metal. The yin and yang are balanced, mutually generating and thriving. If he rents this house from me, both he and I should benefit. Alas, his year predicts misfortune and his short life. Don't move. Your eyes are bright and lively, your facial features are well-proportioned, sign of long life. Listen to my advice, don't hold on to gains and losses, only trap you in inner demons. Okay. Auntie Cheng, may I ask, what happened that day? Alright. That day I was sitting at the entrance. Brian came back at noon and greeted me. Also, I saw several people following him like ghosts. People Is that something ghosts do? They follow people? After your brother came back, they stood opposite side of the street, starting there. Tiao Chu, or something? Not Mandarin anyway? Okay. They stood opposite side of the street, staring here. Keep an eye on him. You know that my brother... It seems like he also noticed. His left facial muscle is twitching a bit, expression looked peculiar, very rigid. At the time, it was approximately around 1 o'clock. That seems like he had like some kind of drug, or like he was like either not on medication or was on some kind of drug. I watched him go upstairs and lock himself inside. He didn't come out again. Before the police arrived, I stayed at the entrance the whole time and no one else went in. Auntie Cheng, regarding this matter, what do you... I told the police, but they didn't believe me. They even said it was my mistake. The public security here, bad. Alright, no more questions here. Imagining this lady's accent makes me laugh. Ancestral altar. There's a statue of Kuan Yu placed as an offering on the ancestral altar. In front of the statue is a censer with 3 burning incense sticks inside it. Herbal medicine pot. Medicine is being brewed on the stove, and the hallway is filled with strong herbal smell. But this smell is unfamiliar. It doesn't resemble common Chinese herbal medicine. Oh, we're going into her bedroom now? Why are we in her bedroom? Hanger. These are Brian's coat and hat. I didn't find any suspicious clues. Okay, this is Brian's bedroom. So he has a bedroom and a workshop. Okay. The bookcase in the bedroom is filled with detective novels. There are also The Murders in the Rue Morgue, The Woman in White, and The Moonstone. A whole collection of the Sherlock Holmes series. The Return, a book gifted by Joseph. There's a dedication left on the title page. Ryan, welcome back to the Conan Doyle Book Club. Enjoy the return, Joseph. I remember Brian's dream to become a detective. Well, it looks like you got his dream instead. Bedside table. This photo. This is probably the only family photo. If it weren't for our father, the family wouldn't have been torn apart. Wouldn't have torn apart. Now even you've left. It's my brother's diary. The previous pages have been torn off. Only one page remains. This is a dead end. Everything is meaningless. Utterly meaningless. Photo on the wall. Huh? This is... Dad, can a lantern really make wishes come true? Of course it can. Sky Lantern is a messenger to the moon for listening to wishes. Really? Does the moon listen to our wishes? Yes. Write wishes on your lantern, release it into the sky. The moon becomes aware. Then I want to become a great traveler. Brother, what is your wish? My wish is to become a detective. Did Chung-Ping stop wearing glasses? Does he wear contacts now? Brother? What is a detective? Detectives also go on adventures like travelers do. But they always manage to notice the details that others overlook. Sounds impressive. Then I want to be a detective traveler. That's great. I believe it will definitely come true. Sky Lantern is flying! Dad, hurry up and take a photo! How long would a photo take, though? They have to hold it for like at least 30 seconds, right? It's not like they had instant flash cameras. Right? Maybe by the 1900s, photos were already better and faster. This was taken before my father. This photo has been with my brother all along. Carefully searched the bed that my brother slept in, but didn't find any suspicious clues. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. A wooden miscellaneous tablet. Inside, there are various uncommonly used items piled up. After a while, I searched for a long time and nothing happened.
I have already checked everything. Please take me to the police station to take a look at the case files.
Aye, bro. We're off then.
Bro.
At the station, you'll need to sign a few papers for me.
Achievement unlocked. Ordinary... Oh, we got a new... Wait, hold on. Gentlemen, I just received a telegram from Edgar Lee at Hanyang Ironworks and need your help. Got a new outfit? Hey, it's this one. Oh, is it this one? It's this one. Why is this one locked behind a chapter?
二位，我刚接到汉阳铁厂会办李毅的电报。
Does he have a new outfit to go with this too? No, he gets one at chapter 4.
想拜托你们帮个忙。
Alright. Gentlemen, I just received a telegram from Edgar Lee at Hanyang Ironworks and need your help.
那李毅是我多年
He's a longtime friend of mine. Wait, does the audio clip replay? No. I guess it just restarts if we interrupt it in the middle.
他们铁厂金晨
No, I don't know. It just replayed for some reason. This morning, an extremely mysterious incident occurred at their ironworks.
汉阳
Hanyang.
汉阳铁厂，
Hanyang Ironworks.
我早就想。
I've been wanting to visit Hanyang Ironworks.
先生，
Shen, let's take on this commission. It's on our way anyway.
好，
Okay.
那我们即刻出发。
Let's leave immediately. Loading. I wonder what they used to make this. It feels like Unity. It just has that feel, you know? Iron and steel, the backbone of industry. In the history of Wu and Yue, there are records of Ganjiang and Moya's secret steelmaking. It is Unity indeed. Nice. The transformation of spirits in matter requires a human sacrifice. I once believed that was only an ancient legend. Yet history chose to repeat itself once more. The Haunted Furnace, Chapter 3.
先生快看，
Look, Shen!
前面就是
Hanyang Ironworks is right up ahead.
咱们赶紧进去吧
Let's。hurry on in.
二位就是船长引荐的侦探吧？
You two gentlemen must be the detective shipmaster Lo recommended.
我是汉阳铁厂会办。
I am Lee. Wait, can I get him to repeat that? The way to make him say his voice line again.
我是汉阳铁厂会办李毅。
Yeah, it is indeed Lee.
在下沈仲平，
I'm Shen Chung-Ping. This is my assistant Afu.
烦劳大人说下这起
Please
事
tell me
件
the course
的
of
经过。
events of this incident, Your Honor.
今晨，平炉
This
车间的
morning,
丁匠木
Foreman
不慎进入
Ting
钢水沟
accidentally fell into the ladle and caused an explosion.
表面听起来
Sounds like an
就是一起
accident.
意
Was
外
something
事
wrong?
是有什么？
Oops.
这丁匠木坠入
When
钢水沟
Foreman
之
Ting
时，
fell
就
into
有
the
工人
ladle,
目
two
睹了经过
workers witnessed the entire process.
他们都说丁
They
匠木
both
是
claimed
凭
that
空出
Foreman
现
Ting
在
appeared
平
out
炉
of thin air at the second floor furnace area.
啊？凭空
Appeared
出
out of
现？
thin air?
正是，
That's right. No one saw him go up, but in the blink of an eye, he was just standing there.
也因如此
It，caused mass
工
panic
人
because
间开
rumors
始
of
流传
ghosts
些
are
怪
beginning
力
to
乱神
spread
之说，
among the
弄得人
workers.
心惶惶。
Some stuff have showed up. I don't know. I didn't see what showed up at the top of the screen. And Deputy Administrator. This man's chin is amazing. In the newly established government offices or representative organizations at the end of the Qing dynasty, the Deputy Administrator refers to the Assistant Director of the organization and as an official title. The Executive Director is usually called the Administrator or the General Manager. For example, when preparations for the construction on the Hanyang Ironworks began, Sai Qiang was appointed as the administrator, and Zhao Weiqing, along with Xu Jianyan, were appointed as deputy administrators. They were in charge of machinery purchases, site selection, iron mining, coal mining, and other affairs in the ironworks. Sai, okay. I probably just forgot from last time that that's the sound that you would use for that. Sai, okay, Sai Qiang is, I guess, close enough. It caused mass panic because rumors of ghosts are beginning to spread among the workers.
此事确实颇为蹊跷。
That is indeed particularly odd.
眼下消息一
The situation is getting out of control. Any more delay could cause more troubles to rise.
还望沈先
I
生
hope you uncover the
据
truth
今日查
today
明情况，
so that we can calm the workers and resume
恢
production.
复生产。
Don't worry, leave it to us, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Shen is a professional.
那就有劳二位了。
Thank you for your
本
troubles.
还有事
I
在
still have
身。
matters to attend to, so please excuse me. Puts his hands in his pockets and walks away. Huh? I didn't get to ask him what the exact rumors were yet. Alright, we're just jumping into more examinations, it looks like. We should go to the site of the incident first to take a look. Victim appeared at... Oh, it was a doubt. Molten steel is flowing out from the outlet. What a grand sight. He's like a kid in a candy store. You know about them statues in the office? Yeah, what about it? It got something to do with Foreman Ting's death. No. Oh, hi, Auntie Wu. Are you... Or Auntie Vu? You're already here? Imagine they have to call someone Mr. Deputy Administrator every time you refer to him. Yeah, that would be quite annoying, I feel like. That's a long thing to have to say each time. Auntie, you're here as well? The officials said that something terrible... How did you get here before us? We left before you. How did you get here first? The officials said that something terrible happened here and asked me to come examine the body. I rushed over here the second I arrived. I haven't even had the time to eat lunch yet. But, Auntie, can you still examine the body after it fell into a furnace? She knows Kung Fu. She can run on the water. What's there to examine? He's all ashes now. I don't have any godlike abilities to help me distinguish a corpse from slag. Kung Fu. Yeah, even if Auntie was the reincarnation of Santi, it's still impossible. At least you get the point, unlike them. So it seems like you two are overseeing this matter as well? That's correct, Auntie Vu. Do you have any information on this case? The deceased is called Ting Tuffing. He was 45 years old and the foreman of the factory floor. There are lots of rumors about the cause of his incident, but most of them can't be taken seriously. Auntie, have you heard the rumors too? Come on, tell me. You little rascal! Why are you in the He-Men Woman Haters Club? Why are you always so interested in chasing shadows? Without an autopsy, it'll be even more difficult to uncover the truth.
Huh?
You're right, Auntie. He fell from the second floor, so you should go there. No need to waste your time here. Whippersnappers. Oh, but there's stuff to examine here. Why is this area blocked off by ropes? Someone is protecting the scene by using the ropes as a boundary line. Such a careful and professional arrangement must have been the work of Auntie. Did you have a crush, Afu? Stop licking my boots. It was already like this when I got here. Huh? Who could it have been? Ladle number 2. This is ladle number 2, the ladle that the foreman fell into. Are they really called ladles? The ladles are 2 meters tall and can hold up to 30 tons of molten steel at a time. I don't know anything about metalworks, so maybe they are just called ladles. Shen, we'll reach the site of the incident when we go up from here. Hopefully all the crucial evidence will still be there. I knew something was wrong with Foreman Ting. You play with fire, you get burned. We should investigate the site of the incident before we go. Alright. Afu, what is the matter? Look, there's scorch marks all over the stairs. The explosion was caused by the incident. Even the stairs are affected. The splash range of the explosion must have been quite wide. This means that no one could approach these stairs for quite a while even after the explosion. Okay. Guess that means no one came up here to mess with anything. Or to leave until afterwards. Lever. Afu, is this lever used to open the molten steel outlet? That's right. This is a very thoughtful design. How is that so? Look, the lever is really long. You have to stand here to open this outlet shutter. so you don't have to be near it. Is it designed this way to prevent the workers from getting burned? That's right. The molten steel in the furnace can reach a temperature of a staggering 1600 degrees Celsius. Wow. Once the shutter is opened, the temperature close by rises rapidly. It's much safer to open the furnace from such a distance. Oh, jump over. They couldn't have made room, like some kind of way around this that doesn't involve jumping over. All this work to make this safe, and you couldn't do something that you didn't have to jump over this? Shen, be careful of the molten steel up ahead. I'm unable to get any closer due to the heat. Run into it! Low railing. Shen, the railings on both sides of outlet 1 are movable. It has the same design as outlet 2. Real safety is a teleporter. I feel like both those values are so high up that it doesn't matter if it's in Fahrenheit, because that would be so like so completely out of the range of human experience in general, like general human experience, that there's no way to compare it to it, or to actually get the comparison correct. It's just like so high, right? Afu, are these big crane hooks used to transport the ladle? Yep, these are the crane hooks of Bridge Crane. It can lift up 50 tons of load. This is where the Foreman Ting falling incident took place. You're able to see the workers in the opposite metal casting areas from here. You can also see the ladle directly below. It's ginormous, like a well. When the incident happened, the well was filled with red-hot molten steel. Sure looks like the entrance to hell. But this is the entrance leading to the truth. Well, you fall into it and you can be a witness of the judgment day immediately, right? Shen, let's begin investigating. Oh, crime scene investigation! Shen, there's some grayish-white powder underneath the railing. Cocaine. Upon closer examination, these are small particles that have a lingering, pungent smell. Afo, do you know what this is?
Huh?
Can't think of anything right now, but this must be a residue of something that was burnt. So some kind of ash. Although there are scorch marks on the molten steel outlet shutter, it's still intact. It seems like a furnace explosion accident didn't occur at the time. This is the ladle of the that Foreman Ting fell into. It is now empty. Huh? Where did the molten steel go? Perhaps the workers may know something about this. Can't examine the lever? Okay. Chen, this is the molten steel basin. Once the shutter is open, molten steel of 1600 degrees Celsius flows through here into the ladle. When that happens, the temperature close by will be extremely hot. I mean, why wouldn't it be shut down? There are scorch marks all over the railings. Foreman Ting's fall caused an explosion. Although quite a few people have mentioned the sound of an explosion at the site. Could it be possible that the explosion occurred first, then Ting fell into the molten steel after? The human body contains a lot of water. When water meets molten steel, it will vaporize and its volume will expand 1,000 times. If a person were to fall into molten steel, it's bound to cause that person's gonna explode. Then if the explosion occurred first and Ting fell after, there would have been 2 explosions. However, the workers only saw 1 explosion. It must have been caused by Ting's fall. 100% correct. Oops. A section of the railing next to the molten steel outlet is missing. You're right, judging from the structure, there should be a movable crossbar here. This design makes it more convenient to clean the molten steel outlet. But where did the crossbar go? Could it be that it fell into the ladle? This detail is quite suspicious. Disappearing railing! It's a magic railing. Furnace charging area? Shen, this is the charging area behind the furnaces. The workers working here should probably know something, right? Those are primitive chargers. This is like what an iPhone charger used to look like. Charging machine. I finally got to see an autoload with my own eyes. Okay, correction, you fall into it and every part of you could witness the Judgment Day immediately. True. I finally got to see an autoloader with my own eyes. So this is what this is PE leader, yeah. This is what the structure of a crown block is like. Alright, we have stuff to look into. What have we got? We got fact and knowledge. Songchi. Oh, it's Songzi. This is 100% a Unity thing. Where the scroll wheel has trouble scrolling very far if you don't set up the thing right. Anyway. Songzi was a government official and a foreign medical scientist from the Southern Song Dynasty. He dedicated his life working in criminal court and accumulated a remarkable amount of experience in forensic identification. In his later years, he wrote the book Collected Cases of Injustice Rectified, the oldest known monumental work on forensic science, more than 300 years earlier than when relevant works began to appear in Europe. Dang. He did it early. Crown block. A crown block, also known as a bridge crane, is a type of hoisting equipment installed above workshops or warehouses to lift heavy objects. The structure of a crown block is similar to a cable car. However, what moves along the cableway of the crown block is not a carriage full of passengers, but a trolley connected to the lifting device. When the crown block is operating, the workers are able to control the trolley's movements on the control room and use the lifting device to transport goods. To go further, we would be able to go around to the left side of the furnace number 1. Molten steel is coming out from there, and it's scalding hot. We'd better not go over there. Alright, let's talk to Lee Chen-hai. Mister, I am Shen Chung-Ping. I was entrusted to investigate Foreman Ting's falling incident. I remember making shits with Renpai, and the scroll bars really fucked with gamepads. Yeah, scroll bars are hard apparently. Could I have a moment of your time? Don't call me Mister, I ain't used to that. Miss? Furnace Charger? I'm just a furnace charger. My name's Lee Chen-hai. You can call me Old Lee. Ask all you want, give me time to rest a bit. About Old Lee. Miss Old Lee. What are you mainly responsible for? I'm responsible for charging the furnace. I'm also in charge of opening and closing the outlet. Does charging the furnace mean to add fuel to the furnace? Not fuel, but bulk materials. If you want the steel to be of high purity, you need to add bulk material in every now and then. Are there any workers on the second floor platform? Ollie? Ollie? Ollie Oxenfree? There are a few helpers, but last night was just a trial production. I didn't ask them to come. It takes 4 hours to purify steel in a furnace, so it's enough for me to handle alone. You don't look so well, Lee. Have you rested? I just pulled an all-nighter and was gonna rest today. But then the incident happened. Those punks don't have the guts to work, so they're just grabbing onto me and draining me dry. Once Shen gets to the bottom of this, he'll be able to take a break. Take a break? That's just like looking forward to seeing the moon on New Year's Eve. Don't count on it. Ask all you want. Okay. How about for the foreman? What kind of person was Foreman Ting? He's a stubborn, one-track minded guy who's not so popular. He's so obsessed with steel technology that he'd even forget to pay our wages. Ever since he started worshipping the gods, he became even less human. He even provoked... Provoked what? Never mind. There's no point in talking about this since he's already dead. Ask all you want, gives me... Okay. About worshipping. Well, please tell us more about the foreman worshipping gods. We need to have a comprehensive understanding of him. You also think his death is related to that statue? What statue? Guess he was saying something like a snowball's chance in hell. Which part? Oh, this one, yeah, this. Yeah, it makes sense. You also think he's related to his death is related to that statue? Statue? What statue? He must have been possessed to provoke that sort of thing. They all say that it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. If you neglect them, you could be possessed by an evil spirit, or worse, you may get killed. Only, you still haven't told us what Foreman Ting was worshipping, though. No, I just can't. It's unspeakable. I advise you both to stay far away from the shrine in the office. Alright, so there's eerie statues. Let's ask about the incident. Were you working here when the incident occurred? Uh-huh, I've been busy working here since last night. After pulling an all-nighter, the molten steel in furnace number 1 is finally ready. Once the lid was filled, I checked the quality of the molten steel and closed outlet number 1. After that, I came back, started the autoloader, and started preparing for the next batch. I was shoveling materials into furnace 1 and suddenly heard a boom. Yeah, we're definitely going to the office next. I saw furnace 2 emitting smoke, the molten steel splashed everywhere, and the railings on fire. Thought it was a furnace explosion, but it wasn't. Someone opened the outlet in advance. How could you be sure someone else had opened it? The lever was in the buckle, so someone must have done it. Is it possible that you opened it yourself but then forgot about it? No way, I couldn't have opened up furnace number 2 after I just finished working on furnace number 1. After I finished on furnace 1, it takes 1 hour to begin work on furnace 2. Is this why you think Foreman Ting pulled the lever himself? I don't know, but it could only have been him, right? Throughout this presence, did you see Foreman Ting, or this process, did you see Foreman Ting? Nope, I didn't see him at all. There's a girl there? Actually, I only know what happened after I heard Old Chow and the others talking about the incident. Wasn't Old Chow one of the workers who witnessed the incident? Yeah, I heard him say that Ting appeared next to the molten steel outlet out of thin air. Everyone is guessing it was the 5 ghost teleportation magic. All in all, it's strange business, I tell ya. Ask all you want. Alright, no more questions. Conveyor door. Huh? Why is this door locked? That door is for the transportation of minerals and elevators on the other side. This door is usually locked and only opens when we're transporting minerals. When was the last time minerals were transported up here? Let me think, it would have been about 2 days ago. Is this fuel that is piled up here? This is bulk material, mostly lime and fluorite and the sort. So you need lime to make steel. Yep, bulk materials are used to separate impurities from the molten steel. Learning a lot about metal working here. 5 ghosts make tasty burgers. 5 ghosts, burgers, and hosts. Huh? How come there's a big sheet of tarpaulin here? Tarpaulin here. So they kept steel scraps prepared for smelting piled under here. It's well protected. For what it's worth, you prefer lemon over lime? Lemon steel? Can steel scrap be used as raw material? These steel scraps are already quite rusty. That's the advantage of open hearth process. Steel scraps can be used as raw materials. Second floor platform. There's a lot to explore here. Oh, we're just on the other side. This is their punch clock. After something like this, our wages are being paid early. Oh, they're getting paid out. Supervisor Ho, how about... Woo, keep your mouth shut. Just take the money and go. Did he try to pay Ahu? I don't think I've seen this young man before. We're not here to get paid. We're here to investigate the case. Ho Suheng. This is Mr. Shen and his assistant Ahu. They're here to investigate the matter of Foreman Ting's falling incident. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Supervisor Ho. I almost forgot this important matter. Ho Suheng. Please make a deposit for Mr. Shen. Your Honor, I cannot accept this for nothing. Mr. Shen, I will reward you properly after you find out what exactly happened. Well, you need not refuse, Mr. Shen. The sooner everything is clear, the less damage the ironworks will have to sustain. Shen, it seems if we don't accept the money, Mr. Deputy Administrator can't be at ease. Alright. Silver coins. I can't see the rest of it. Engraved with Guangzhou period silver coins made. Is there like a... We have evidence. Guangzhou period silver coins made in Hubei province. Alright, let's talk to Ho Suheng. If you have anything to ask me, I'll gladly tell you. There's a lot to ask, apparently. About you. What are your duties, Mr. Ho? I'm the supervisor of funds. All things related to money are here fall under my responsibility. Such as bookkeeping, managing bills, as well as the purchasing of goods and minerals. And paying wages? You're a smart cookie, young boy, but I'm not the one who's in charge of paying the wages. Usually the workers' wages are paid by the foreman directly, but that's why I'm doing it. I just heard from the workers that the wages for this month are being paid earlier than usual. Indeed, Mr. Lee has instructed me to do so, hoping that this will calm everyone down. You two probably don't know that the Siemens Martin furnace in this incident was very expensive. After the incident, people on the factory floor were terrified, causing production to stagnate. Each day the furnace is not in operation, thousands of silver coins will be lost. No wonder Mr. Deputy Administrator seems so anxious. If you have anything on it. Foreman Ting. How is your relationship with Mr. Ting, Mr. Ho? Or with Foreman Ting, Mr. Ho? My daily work intersected with Foreman Ting, so I guess we were quite familiar. What kind of person was Foreman Ting? He treated people a bit harshly, so he was not very popular among the workers. However, I know that he was just too obsessed with studying metallurgy. Obsessed with what he loved? I totally get him. I heard that he had a habit of worshipping a statue. Do you know when it started, Mr. Ho? If you're talking about the statue, it's a long story. The quality of our steel products was not stable, so we didn't have a steady flow of funds. Mr. Sheng imported a German Siemens Martin furnace and ordered Mr. Lee to improve quality. We thought that the problem would be solved, but our steel rails still have quality defects. Facts. Siemens Martin furnace, also known as an open hearth furnace, is a steel-making furnace named after the inventors Carl Wilhelm Siemens and Pierre Emile Martin. The open hearth process was developed to enable the use of any proportion of pig iron and steel scraps as furnace charge to produce various high-quality grades of steel, greatly reducing production costs. However, the disadvantages of the open hearth process were evident. The average operation took too long, and the energy consumption was high. As a result, it was replaced by more advanced steelmaking methods in 1970. They lasted a long time, though. If it took until 1970 to replace them. Mr. Lee placed the burden on Foreman Ting. Ting made a pledge promising he would get the job done. So that's when Foreman Ting began worshipping the gods. That statue was originally acquired by Mr. Lee. It was meant to be a symbol of luck. Who would have thought that Foreman Ting would become obsessed with worshipping the gods? Whew. Ganjiang and Moye were a famous swordsmiths couple from spring and autumn period, known for forging two sharp swords named after themselves. Wait a second. I gotta look something up real quick. It's true! Kancho and Bakuya from Fate Stay Night were made by these two. That's who they're named after. Okay. I just have to look up that. That sounds really familiar. Alright. Over 1,000 years, many legends have evolved around them. In the spring and autumn annals of Wu and Yue, when Ganjiang was commissioned by King Helu of Wu to forge a sword and encountered the problem of the metal not melting, he was at a loss. Moye mentioned, for divine objects to transform, they require human involvement, recalling his master Oyezi, who once sacrificed himself to the furnace when facing the same issue, resulted in a successful forging. Both decided to cut their hair and nails, cast them into the furnace, thereby crafting two divine weapons. The married swords. Who would have thought that for— okay. Yavin closed himself off inside the office all day long. He became unusually thin and pale with a withered face, and he kept on mumbling strange things. What did he say? I don't quite remember. Something about Chinese teachings and Western teachings? Chinese traditional values for foundation, Western ideology for practical use. That's it. He said, to make steel in Hanyang, do as ancient Hanyangers do. Well, I don't get that at all. I regret that I haven't paid more attention, otherwise none of this would have— If you have any— okay. About the incident. Were you present when the incident occurred, Mr. Ho? I was checking inventory and only heard a bang. When I got there, the fire had been put out. I didn't know until after that it was— Mr. Ho, when and where was the last time you saw Foreman Ting? I ran into him yesterday evening right around here. It was almost payday, so I was busy verifying the account book. I went to double-check workers' attendance with Foreman Ting. When I met up with Foreman Ting, he still appeared absent-minded. He didn't respond when I called out to him. He walked into the office and locked himself inside. Everyone knows that he locks the door when he's worshipping the gods. When you saw him yesterday, was there anything else unusual about him? Nothing else, no. Oh, I do remember a small detail, though. I don't know if it counts. When I ran into him yesterday, he was wearing a headcloth. I've never seen him wear one before. He doesn't usually wear a headcloth? He thinks it's stuffy, so he rarely wears one. This detail deserves attention. That suggests that he was planning on getting close to a place that was stuffy. I wrote it down, Shen. Or that he suggests he needed the protection, I guess. The incident is a serious matter. If there's anything you want to know, Mr. Shen, just ask. About Foreman Ting. Mr. Deputy Administrator, please tell us about Foreman Ting. Foreman Ting began working at this ironworks when it was founded. He learned chemistry and steelmaking and also spent time in the laboratory. For the past 6 months, he had been transferred to the factory floor to work as a foreman. Although he was sometimes tough and stubborn, he's always been keen on studying steelmaking. Recently, we imported the most advanced Siemens Martin furnace from Germany. He'd been researching a new method of open heart steelmaking, but he hadn't found the knack for it yet, and the quality of the last batch was less than ideal. The incident was a serious matter. If there's anything you want to know— okay. Ironworks operation. Mr. Lee, I heard there was something wrong with the quality of the steel rails. It's hard to explain. I heard that the hardest part of steelmaking is removing the phosphorus. Fragmentation easily appears in steel with high phosphorus content. Was this the type of problem we were facing? Seems like Afu knows the ropes. And he knows his rails, not his ropes. Indeed, due to some reasons, the high-quality ore Dai were transported to Japan, or from Dai were just transported to Japan. We only got lower-grade ores. The Bessemer converter we originally had can't remove phosphorus effectively, so we spent a large sum of money to import the Siemens Martin furnace from Germany. Know about tying to the rails? He knows the ropes and the rails? It really takes the painstaking effort of everyone to make good steel. Oh, what's new? Bessemer converter. The Bessemer converter is a steel-making furnace named after its inventor, Henry Bessemer. The steel-making process derived from it is known as the Bessemer process, which laid the foundation of modern steel-making workmanship and marked the evolution of an early industrial revolution from the Iron Age to the Steel Age. However, since this craft used acidic materials as furnace walls, it was unable to effectively remove phosphorus, sulfur, and other impurities in steel, so it gradually faded out from history. It's only natural that we treat industrial prosperity as our duty. About the incident. Mr. Deputy Administrator, where were you when the incident occurred? I was busy entertaining a guest, so I wasn't on the furnace factory floor. When I got there, the fire had already been put out. Fortunately, no further damage was caused. Although the fire was put out, terrifying rumors began to spread. The workers refused to work. I hope that Mr. Shen is able to uncover the truth as soon as possible. Alright, no more questions. Steam turbine. The roar of these engines is these machines is deafening. Shen, this is the sound of the industry's heartbeat. Heartbeat! Why did Mr. Lee make us cast these ingots? Those are huge ingots, holy crap. Shh! Keep your mouth shut, someone's coming! Are these ingots made from the furnace that Foreman Ting fell into? That's right. You gentlemen should stay away from this kind of unlucky thing. That's wildly morbid. It'll be difficult to deal with later on if the molten steel cools down inside the ladle. Even so, we can't use these. The blood and bones of Foreman Ting are in here. Ting. Just like the sound that it'll make when you flick it. Ding. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The human body is mainly composed of water and carbon. Its density is less than molten steel. His body wouldn't sink into the molten steel, but would float to the surface and flow into the tank. So in essence, these are just ordinary steel ingots. Just carbon and calcium. And do you think his soul could be in the ingots? Soul? Yeah, souls sink, right? That's the conclusion. The body floats, but the soul sinks. Ah, Wu, keep your mouth shut. It's time to get back to work. But Master, I'm afraid the shrine will still unleash its powers again. Please wait. Again? Oh, Wu just said again, which means the shrine in the office had unleashed its powers before? Soul in the slag got skimmed off. What shrine? You must be deaf and heard me wrong. Shen and I both heard you definitely said that just now. Misters, that shrine, it's taboo. We were entrusted by Mr. Deputy Administrator to investigate the case of the fallen incident. If you don't cooperate, you might be convicted of obstruction of justice. Please don't be angry, mister. We'll talk. About a month ago, Ah Wu and Foreman Ting had a little argument. Ah Wu, young and candid, kicked the shrine. The statue fell. He said some words of disrespect. Then the shrine unleashed his powers. Well, yeah, there was smoke coming out of the shrine and there was gunpowder smell in the air. Why was there fucking sulfur in the shrine? My head started throbbing and I couldn't breathe, but I wanted to cough, so I almost fainted. Then what happened? Ting said that Awu had offended the god of fire, then he kicked everyone out of the room. That very night, Awu got sick and lost his voice. I had nightmares. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw the statue staring at me. If the foreman hadn't begged the gods for forgiveness, on Awu's behalf eventually, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to speak now. Would you? Mister, please forgive us, but we really can't say anymore. Afu shrugged, though. Awu, we should get back to work. Awooga. The doors are locked. Off limits to loiterers. Mr. Patrolman, why is this door locked? What does this have to do with you? Sir, we were entrusted by Deputy Administrator Lee to investigate the Foreman Ting case. Oh, so it's Mr. Detective. Then of course I'd have to help you out. He's got like a smart guy pointing going on. However, this room is impure. Impure? Everyone knows deep down how Foreman Ting died. Beware of the shrine in that room. We're not scared. Let us in and to have a look. Thank you for your trouble, sir. What? Mr. Patrolman, why haven't you opened the doors yet? Get instructions through earpiece. It really stresses me out having to help you open these doors. We need to complete the investigations today so we're short on time. Oh my, thinking about opening this door is making my head ache. Could I ask you for your help? Oh, this guy. What do you want? How can we help? I just heard a crisp, pleasant sound ringing out from you two. Could you lend me a hand to refresh my memory? Something with a crisp, pleasant sound. Could he be asking for a present? Afu, hand it over to him. Yeah, we have to bribe this guy? Do your fucking job. This sound is so enlightening to me. Shen, although this is just an ordinary statue, after hearing all those rumors, looking at it gives me the chills. It's almost as if Grandpa Ganjiang and Grandma Moye were watching me. There's a girl here. Who allowed you to just come in here? Who just said that? Who do you think? Is that Grandma Moye?
姑娘，
Young lady, please stop playing tricks. Who's playing tricks? You weren't trying to tease people. Why were the lights off? I just finished investigating and was about to leave. You were the ones who came in unexpectedly. What's wrong? Were you scared, kiddo? No, I wasn't. Oh, really? And who did you call Grandma? Shen, let's begin investigating. Investigate? Investigate what? The falling incident this morning? Yep, Deputy Administrator Lee invited us here especially. What? He promised he'd give me exclusive coverage. Which newspaper do you work for? Journalist. This is a misunderstanding. I'm Shen Chung-Ping, a detective. This is my assistant Afu. Also, you're detectives. I'm Wen Kosin, a journalist for the Shanghai News. However, I don't think there's any chance for Mr. Detective to show up in this case anymore. She's got a :3 smile going on in her little sprite. What do you mean? I'm just about to uncover the truth. Even the headline for tomorrow's paper is drawn up. Exclusive coverage, the whole story of the falling incident at the Hanyang Ironworks. In that case, would you be willing to share the clues that you possess, Miss Wen? It's fine if you want information, but you'll have to offer something useful to me in return. I'm an expert in science and Shen is skilled in deduction. Is this enough? Physics is useful. It'll supply some theoretical knowledge for my articles. You can start by asking me questions now. What are the facts that we got? Genji studies. Genji. Oh, okay. It's still the same. So it's pronounced Shin as well. It's just like a different transliteration, probably to indicate that, like, I don't know. Maybe they just came from different eras of transliteration. so it's also pronounced Shin. Geshi, or the investigation of things to extend knowledge, originates from the phrase in the Great Learning. To extend knowledge to the utmost, one must investigate the principles of things. It refers to acquiring knowledge through the exploration of the nature of things. In the late Qing Dynasty, Geji. Indeed, this game uses a lot of old romanization. I mean, that makes sense. It, it takes place in like the early 1900s, right? Geji studies broadly encompass disciplines such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. In 1875, Shanghai Polytechnic Institution, an early institution for cultivating scientific talent in China, was established. The following year, British scholar John Fryer and Chinese scientist Xu Shou founded the Chinese Scientific Journal, the Chinese Scientific Magazine. It would have been very funny if they said they founded the Chinese Scientific Magazine, the Chinese Scientific Magazine, facilitating the spread of scientific knowledge in China. All right, you can start asking me questions now. All right, about yourself, Miss Wen. Why are you here at the Ironworks? The Ironworks was just won orders from Zhentai Railway and the Canton Hankou Railway. However, its products were said to have quality problems. It's the center of a storm. My journalist institution tells me that there is an opening for a story here. Former glory gone, Hanyang Ironworks endures, I think that's the typo, endures hardship. A news report like this. The title alone already sounds interesting. Yet I was halfway done with my draft when this happened. I'm obsessed with her little :3. I'm going to paste it into here, just so I can remember it, just so I can see it. Where is it? Look at that thing. Anyway, enough distracting. Alright, so now you're planning to write about Foreman Ting's falling incident. I'm sorry for what happened, but this is definitely a better story. You start asking me questions now. Alright, about the incident. Wait. Yeah, something else. Something popped up. I missed it. Railways. By the end of the Qing Dynasty, the Qing government gradually came to accept the railways despite them being a foreign product. The Canton Hankou Railway, stretching for more than 1,000 kilometers and taking 36 years to construct, dang, was one of the longest railways that took the most time to establish. Their 36 years suggests that it's entirely possible for someone working on the railway at the end of the construction period was not born when it started. That's wild. The Zhengtai Railway, in the game, also known as the Shitai Railway, refers to the railway line from Shijiazhuang to Taiyuan, most of which was designed and built by the Chinese themselves. It is worth mentioning that the railways constructed by the late Qing Dynasty formed the basic framework for Chinese railways, or for China's railways. What were you doing at the time of the incident, Ms. Wen? I was originally planning to take some photos of the factory floor this morning. When I got to the factory floor, I ran into Mr. Lee. He wanted to show me the new metal mixer. It wasn't long after we left the factory floor that we heard an explosion and we hurried back. Lucky you that you were not next to it when that happened. Miss Wen, did you arrange the rope barrier at the site of the incident? That's right. If the site is damaged in any way, the news report might be inaccurate. This measure was immensely helpful to the investigation. Well, of course, I'm a senior reporter. Okay. About the truth. Miss Wen, what's the truth that you discovered? You want me to just give you the answers? Senior cutie. You'll know soon enough. In her report. It's getting late. I'll need to get to the metal casting platform to get my camera. Excuse me. Don't forget our promise. Shen, let's start investigating the site as well. We can't lose to Miss Wen. It's not a competition, it's only about the truth, not about winning or losing. I still don't see her, I still don't like seeing her so pleased with herself. You have a crush. Alright, shrine. The shrine is dedicated to the statue of Ganjiang and Moye. The shrine is made of rosewood. It also holds an incense burner and 2 candlesticks. A copper incense burner with 3 sticks of incense placed vertically. Desktop. The desk is clean, but the inkstone is covered with dust. It hasn't been used in a long time. Blueprints of the imported furnace are under the paperweight, also documents in foreign languages. These papers are covered in handwritten notes. It seems like Foreman Ting put in a lot of work. Could a craftsman who studies technology and reads foreign documents be superstitious? It's hard to say. My idol, Mr. Newton, was a devout follower of theology in his old age. Isaac Newton? We should record the condition of the desk first. Pig Newton? Code of practice. Code of practice rule number 1, leaving without permission during work hours is prohibited. Rule number 2, name badges must be hung on the board during work hours. Rule number 3, all the materials used in production shall be managed by the foreman. Rule number 4, those who are absent from work will be fined 7-day wages. 7 days in wages. Dang, 7 days for being absent? Might as well just not work. If you forgot to hang your name badge, it would count as skipping work. That's so strict. Shen, there's a Western well clock here. The engravings say that this was a gift from the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce for water transport. Board of name badges. Here's the board made of copper with several rows of hooks on it. Looks like the workers need to hang their name badges on this board when they're on duty. Shen, this is the floor map for the floor plan for the factory floor. Let's see. The map looks quite new. It was probably put up not long ago. A working drawing of the open hearth furnace is pasted right beside it. Shen, Miss Wen mentioned going to the metal casting platform to get her camera back. Could it be that she caught something shocking on camera? I need to go to the metal casting platform to speak with those who witnessed the incident. You like the art style of the game? It's pretty good. Also, welcome back in, Fire. Shen, the dock is right outside these doors. We'll go out after we finish investigating this case. Alright, nothing else in that room, it seems. Shen, we'll reach the metal casting platform if we go up from here. Well, let's examine our doubts first. Victim appeared out of thin air. Shen boldly said he didn't see Ting. Could it be that Foreman Ting was deliberately avoiding him? That is possible. Even so, why would Foreman Ting do that? We know very little about the deceased at the moment, so it is too soon to judge. We also cannot rule out the possibility that Old Lee is withholding information from us. Shen, let's go and interview the workers in the ironworks. Disappearing railing. Shen, could it be someone orchestrated this accident? You mean someone deliberately loosened the railing? When Foreman Ting leaned upon it, the railing came off and fell into the ladle along with him? Exactly. That does seem practicable. However, how did that person convince Ting to lean against the railing after the shutter was open? Yes, when the shutter was open, the area nearby was very hot. The railings were scalding too. No hurry to conclude. We should investigate all the places that can be looked into first. Eerie statues. Shen, from the statues of those two workers, they don't appear to be lying. Or from the state of those two workers, they don't appear to be lying. Could it be that the shrine really unleashed its powers? Afu, do you know of any gas that smells of gunpowder and could harm the respiratory tract? So you think there was something off about the smoke, Shen? The smell of gunpowder usually appears after firecrackers set off. The firecrackers made in Hanyang are quite famous, though. Alpha gunpowder doesn't cause hoarseness of the voice, does it? Generally, it doesn't. Shen, how about I give the shrine a kick as well? There's no harm in trying. I prefer not to. What if there actually was a god? Formanting wore a headcloth. Shen, does wearing a headcloth even count as suspicious? Wearing a headcloth in an ironworks not only prevents burns, but also reduces water loss. People do not make a change in habits lightly, not unless there's a particular reason, right? So he was planning something. Judging from the previous investigation, Foreman Ting was obsessed with steelmaking technology. Then again, all oddities related to the shrine also indicate that he was worshipping a statue. Maybe he was just too focused on achieving success, that's why he decided to go to extremes? Or perhaps the statue holds a different meaning for him. Let's revisit, let's see if we can kick the statue. We probably won't be able to at this point. Well, let's see. The game suggested it. Nah, okay. We can't kick it. Ascend to the casting metal area. Scorched camera. Huh? There's the camera over here. This probably belongs to Miss Wen. It's completely burnt! What a waste of a good camera. Old Chow and Awu. Why do people keep coming up here? I just shoot away a woman, now 2 more guys show up? It's time for us to start casting ingots, so go back down right now. Awu's the detectives. You have to speak more politely. Huh? Isn't that Awu and his master? My apologies for disturbing you both. I still have a few more questions to ask. You're too kind, master. Just call me Old Chow. Or Mister. Just call me Old Chow. If there's anything you'd like to know, I will definitely cooperate with you. About Foreman Ting. What do you two think of Foreman Ting? We don't have any particular thoughts about the foreman. Yes. Got what he deserved. There's nothing more to say about it. It seems that the two of you don't like Foreman Ting very much. From his point of view, anything anyone else did was always wrong. He just didn't like us. There's no fault in the foreman having been strict with his demands. Having been. Everyone did as he said, but the last batch of steel rails still got screwed up, didn't it? You were just picking holes. If there's anything you'd like to know, well, okay. Were you two the ones who witnessed the process of Foreman Ting's falling accident this morning? Yes. If I could trouble you two to please tell me what you saw and heard at the time. This was the first trial production since the furnace was shut down and renovated. Just when we began casting, Awu suddenly said, "The foreman is watching us." There he was, standing next to the outlet. Molten steel was coming out and he didn't mind the heat. Are you sure that the person you saw at the time was Foreman Ting? I'm sure. He was leaning on the railing at the time. He looked spiritless and kept staring downward. Whew. So the railing was there at the time. He just appeared there out of the blue. The railings were super hot when molten steel was pouring out, but he didn't care at all. He wasn't possessed by something, then what? Maybe he was already dead. He was already dead when he was up there. Old Chow, you said earlier that you saw Foreman Ting molten steel was coming out. Did you see Foreman Ting or anyone else open the molten steel outlet shutter? Nope. When we began casting, both molten steel outlets were closed. I remember clearly. I don't know who did it. It wasn't the time to open the shutter yet. And then, I just watched as the railing that he was leaning on disappeared. Huh? Disappeared? You mean the railing broke off and fell into the molten steel along with it? No, it disappeared, just vanished into thin air. He was watching the entire time, or I was watching the entire time. I didn't see anything else fall in. Old Chow, did you also see the railing suddenly disappear? I didn't see it as vividly as Awu did, but... The foreman was indeed leaning against the railing, and then he suddenly fell into the ladle. Then it exploded, and fire was everywhere. When I looked up again, he was no longer there, and there was no railing either. Did you notice anything unusual about him this morning? He was wearing a headcloth that he usually doesn't wear, nothing else. Yeah, I saw it too. Gentlemen, we're about to start casting soon. Just go back down already, don't be in our way. Whoa, the lighthouse coming this way! Didn't we move the camera? You're gonna trip on the camera, dudes. What are you two still doing here? It's too dangerous to stay here, sir. My apologies, so she'll make herself scarce. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lee is waiting for you in the office. He said that progress has been made in the case, so he's asking to meet up with you, Mr. Shen. I've already finished the investigation. Time to discuss with Mr. Deputy Administrator. Alright, investigation over. Let's go solve the mystery. Investigations have come to a temporary close. Shall we discuss them with Deputy Administrator Lee? Sure. She's here too. Miss Wen has already uncovered the whole story of the incident. Let's listen to it together. Miss Wen, please tell us about your findings. Deduction. There's truth behind Foreman Ting's falling incident. Ting's death wasn't caused by ghosts, nor was it an incident or an accident. It was actually suicide. Suicide? That's out of the question. It can't be suicide because this is a murder mystery game. Today is the pivotal moment for the trial production of the Seaman Martin's furnace. Ting was engrossed in this affair. There's no way he would kill himself today of all days. It is precisely because of today's importance that he chose to commit suicide. Why is that? All those years, Foreman Ting has been obsessed with studying steelmaking technology. He proposed a method that was said to greatly reduce the cost of production. As a result, the Hanyang Iron Works began to receive large orders for steel rails. However, at this crucial moment, severe quality problems with the steel rails were exposed. Ting shouldn't have carried all the blame. It was mainly due to the high phosphorus content in the coke that was used. To solve this problem, he made a pledge to improve the technique once more. However, each and every trial production ended in failure. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to superstitions and legends. What happened this morning was actually a planned suicide, or more like sacrifice. Could it be that I put too much pressure on him? Tragic. Foreman melts body to iron and steel. National industry less than ideal. This will be the next headline of my news report. I like her socks. The Argyle socks. Miss Wen, you seem absolutely sure that Foreman Ting committed suicide. Do you have any evidence? Well, of course. I found Foreman Ting's suicide note on the office desk. Wait, hold it right there. Where's the suicide note? How come we never saw it? Such precious news material would obviously need to be protected. How could you hide evidence like that? I was afraid this clue would be lost, so I took it for safekeeping. How could that count as hiding evidence? No, he couldn't have written it, because the inkwell was dried, hadn't been used for a long time. Miss Wen, would it be possible to let me look, take a look at the letter? I mean, I guess it's possible he took it from home and he took it there? He wrote it at home and took it there? Sure, there's nothing super special about it anyway. For many years, I've given all my all to try and make good steel. Nevertheless, all my attempts and methods have ended in failure. Oops. It seems that I should follow the examples of Ganjiang and Moye. Had it professionally written. Went to a professional, what are they called again? Scribe? Calligrapher? It seems that I should follow the examples of Ganjiang and Moye. Sacrificing myself to the furnace will surely move the hearts of the gods.
丁大风
The last words of Shen Chung-Ping, written in the office of the furnace factory floor. Well, that's a lie, then.
学长，
Shane, it really is a suicide note.
大人，
Your Honor, the handwriting does look like Foreman
像是老
Ting's.
丁的。
文记
Ms.
者没有
Wen,
损
you
坏
didn't
证物
damage
吧
the evidence, did you?
怎么可能？
Of course not. I kept it exactly the way it
好
was.
的。
既然如此，
Under these circumstances,
你去草拟一份公
Shu
告，
Heng, go ahead and draft an announcement.
通告事件始末，以平息流言。
Announce the whole story of this incident and quell the rumors.
且慢，
Hold on.
这封信有
Something is questionable about this letter.
这封信
This is
很
just an
普通
ordinary letter. What's wrong with it?
信中的细
There's a
节
detail in this letter
与已有的
that
证据
conflicts
相
with
符
the existing
难
evidence.
以。文小姐，
Miss Wen, I shall review this letter one sentence at a time and question the problematic ones.
然后将有疑
Then I
问
shall
的，
compare the questionable content with the evidence we have already collected.
如果找到了
If I'm
依据
able to find evidence that contradicts the contents of the letter, I shall present it to you.
好啊，
All right, go on then. Inquiry: the problem on the suicide note. She looks so
多
smug.
年以来，如此
Here's the proof.
文小姐认为，
Your dots showed on
要
stream
么
but
是在
not in
公司房
chat.
何处
I can see
所
the
在
dots
这
in
封
chat.
信
I don't know what's going on with your chat splats. Does Miss Wen believe that Foreman Ting wrote this suicide note in his office?
这封
This
信
letter
是
was
我
written with a
写的。
calligraphy brush. It was written on the desk in this office.
那你可曾注意
And
到
have you ever
公事
paid
房
attention to
书
the
桌上的印
inkstone on the office desk?
变态，
Inkstone?
这封绝笔
The
信
suicide
确
note
实
is
是
indeed
用
written with a
手写的
calligraphy brush.
信的落款也
It
提到
also mentions written in the
公
office at
事
the
房
end.
绝笔。可公事
However,
房
the
不
only
仅有的
inkstone
砚台上
In the office is dry and has accumulated a layer of
积了一
dust.
层灰，显然许久未被使。
Evidently, it's not been used in a long time.
这两者之间存在明显的矛盾。
There's an evident
这封信
contradiction.
不是在公事房写的，
This letter could not have been written at the office.
平常本就
Ironworks are always dusty, so it's normal for dust to accumulate.
但桌面上
Yet
并
there's
没有
barely any dust on the desk. Not to mention, the shrine is completely spotless.
可见
It is thusly clear that only the inkstone has not been used in a long time. Well,
如果丁教
what if
木
Foreman Ting
不
carried a
是
brush
写
and
在
ink
里面
around with him?
哪有人
Who
会
in the world
随
would
身携
would
带
carry an
砚
inkstone
台
around?
这也太
You're being
强词
too
夺理了吧
unreasonable.
难道侦探
Is
先
Mr.
生
Detective
否
going
定
to
这种可
dismiss
能吗
this possibility?
文小姐
Miss
当然可
Wen,
以做自
you're
假
welcome
设
to make such an assumption.
但这封信上
However, there is one detail in
还
this
有一处
letter
细节
that
与
contradicts
落
the
款所
signature.
相悖。
What? How am I supposed to know? Let's see. One detail in the letter that contradicts the signature. Circle the whole letter. I wouldn't even know where to start here. Point out the place that contradicts the signature. I guess we have to use a hint, right? I have no idea. If the suicide note was written in the office, a certain mark would not be present. A certain mark? If this was produced in the office, a certain mark would not be present. Eh? The folds? Would it not be folded up? It don't know anything that looks like a mark, fam. Space if you can answer. Alright, it was the crease. Alright. It was as I expected. I just didn't really know what I was talking about. Yeah, it was folded. It was because it was folded. But I can't tell what I'm selecting. Mr. Shen, you're saying there's something wrong with the creases.
正是。
Precisely.
温小姐曾
Miss
说
Wen said that she had specially kept the letter as it was to prevent damaging
不
evidence.
动地收好。因此这折
Therefore,
痕
Miss Wen was not the one who caused these creases, correct?
对吗？
没错，
That's right. I didn't make those creases. But no one would have a reason to fold it up if it was to be left in the office.
你发现时，
When
信
you
给
discovered the
平
letter,
躺
it
在
was
病床的桌上
lying flat out on the surface of the office desk, right? Correct? Yeah, what's the problem?
信纸有
There
折
are
痕，
creases on the letter. Usually a letter is folded so that it's more convenient to
一般是
carry.
为了方便携带。若信
If
真的
this
是
letter
丁
was
家母自
truly
尽
written
前
by
在
Foreman
公事
Ting in the
公
office
写
before he committed suicide,
下，又何必
why
让
would he go through the trouble of folding it?
也许
Maybe he
信
wrote the letter somewhere else? But then why would he say he wrote it in the
平
office?
炉车间
But
公
the
事
letter
房
clearly
写
states that it was written in the office of the furnace factory floor. That's true.
难道这封绝
Could it
笔
be that the suicide note was forged?
没错，
That is correct. Someone is trying to cover up the truth of Foreman Ting's death. What?
丁将木之死
What
有
need is there to cover up Foreman Ting's death?
他跌进
The
炉子
workers clearly saw him jump into the furnace.
大人，
Could it be possible that the workers who witnessed the incident are hiding something?
武勋弟，
Who go and bring all the workers who were present at the time of the incident for questioning?
是
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
侦探先
Mr.
生，
Detective,
关于绝笔信
you
的
still
问题，
haven't completely
还没
convinced
完
me
全
about the
说服
problem of the suicide note.
我们谁都
None of
无
us can
法
accurately
准确
predict the
猜
state of
测
mind of a
一个
person
人
before
终
their
结的
death.
丁家木为
It's also
方便
possible that
自己
Ting wrote the letter
而在
somewhere
其
else
他
and then
地
left it
写
in the
好
office.
然后放到
Have
公
the
事房
workers
里
and throw them in the
发现
office?
也是可能。
这个可能性虽低，
Although this is highly unlikely, the possibility does exist.
所谓
We
孤
should
证
not
主
make
义，
conclusions based on a single piece of
仔细还
evidence.
需结合
Let's
其他
discuss it
证据
later.
再
那便将绝
Then
笔
let's
信
put the
纸
matter of the suicide note on hold and discuss other doubts first.
好，
Fine.
大人
Your Honor, Old Chow and Awu are here.
进来吧。
Come on in. This guard looks so smug.
你们
He's
二人
tripping
再
on
将
power.
早晨的情形复述一遍。
The two of you need to recall the events of this morning once more. Do not omit any details.
一上午都
I
说
spent
了
all morning saying the same things a bunch of times. Awu, answer his Honor's questions properly.
大人的话。哦，
Oh.
当时我和师傅
At the time, my master and I were in the middle of casting ingots.
教着
I
教
suddenly
着
saw the foreman Ting. He was resting against the railing next to outlet number 2.
钢水口。阿武
When Awu informed me of what he saw, I noticed that the shutter behind the foreman Ting was
身
open.
后的钢水闸也打开了。
项目出现的同时，
So the outlet shutter opened at the same time as the appearance of the foreman. I think he probably opened it himself. He was on the wrong side. He wouldn't have been able to cross over unless he just ran around.
酵母忽然
Seconds
跳
after,
下去
Ting suddenly dived forward. Right after that, the ladle
钢水
exploded.
泡就炸了。
两人刚刚的说法
There's
中
one contradiction within their statements that is related to this evidence. Alright, let's take a look at what evidence we have.
当时我和师傅正在浇筑钢锭。然可
Here's the proof.
钢水闸
It was impossible for Foreman Ting to open the outlet shutter by himself.
现场
He
绝
could
不
not have been the only person on site.
为什么？
Why not?
钢水
The
闸
lever is very long. To pull it, one must stand on the other side of the molten steel basin.
但是两位工人
However, when they saw Ting, they only found the outlet shutter open. They also found the outlet shutter open.
这不是
This
一
could
个
not be
人
achieved by one person alone.
不一定
Might
是。
not have been completely simultaneous.
毕竟
After all, Abu and I weren't staring at the other side the entire time.
这对面
侦探
Mr.
先生，
Detective, couldn't Foreman Ting just pull open the shutter, then sprint to the ladle?
较快。
不可信。
No, he could not, because this was present on site.
我刚才说
After
过，
Formanting pulled the lever, he must have stepped over the basin to reach the falling spot.
可一旦钢
However,
水
once the outlet shutter is opened,
槽中会注满
the
1000
basin will be filled with molten steel of 1600 degrees Celsius. A person could not possibly pass through.
想走到坠楼
To
的位
reach
置，
the spot he dived from, Ting had to pass through the charging area behind the
从
furnaces.
另一侧绕过来。这不
This
是
could not be
短
achieved in a short amount of time.
也许
Perhaps Formanting opened the shutter beforehand?
只是碰
And
巧
it
了
was only a coincidence that Old Chow and Awu didn't see him do it?
我是有
That
意
outlet shutter was closed the whole time before the incident. I'm not lying.
不骗你。
即使老赵和
Even if Old Chow and Awu possibly missed sighting him,
丁教母经过
then
家
Ting passed through the refilling area.
还会遇到填
He
料
was
工
bound
人
to run into the furnace charger, Old Lee.
可老李
How
却
do we
对他的出现
explain the
毫不
fact
知
that
情
Old Lee was completely oblivious to Ting's appearance?
难
Or
道
did the five ghosts transport him?
是不
Did
是
the
神仙
shrine unleash its powers? That
做
head
的
shake.
不是鬼神，
Ghosts and gods are not at work here.
是
The
人
will
心
of a person is.
在丁教母坠楼的现场，
That face.
一定还存在另一个人。
One other person must have been present at the scene of Formanting's falling incident.
当丁教母倚靠
For
在
the
栏杆
moment
上，
Formanting leaned against the railing, that person pulled open the outlet shutter. Wait a second.
炉子的
With
正
Old Chow and
面
Awu watching in front of the surface and Old Lee working in the back,
如果
if
现
there
场
was
真的
really
存在
another
另
person
一个
present
人
on the site, how could they
他怎么
possibly
可能
remain
会被人看
undetected?
到？
只要利用这
By
件
using
证，
this piece of evidence,
他就能
they would be able to
巧
conceal
妙地将
themselves
自己隐藏
tactfully.
起来。
He hid behind the ladle? What? I don't know what I'm supposed to pick here.
令人
If
想
that
要
person wanted to conceal their tracks, all they had to do was utilize the ladle.
我明白
I。got it. Shen is talking about a visual blind spot. That ladle was specifically the one that he fell in, though, so it's not the one that he was hiding behind.
所谓盲区
This so-called blind spot is referred to an area that cannot be seen.
没错，这个钢
Yes,
水包
this ladle is 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters in diameter. It could definitely block their vision.
视线
That does not look 2 meters tall. That looks way more than 2 meters tall.
可是
But my master and I were standing in different places when we were casting.
浇筑时的
One of
分
us will always be looking at the other side.
老赵，
Old Chow,
你和阿武
where
做
were
的
you and
事
Awu standing during this task? What was your distance from the ladle?
我平时
Usually I stand on the left side of the ladle and Awu stands next to me. We're close to it.
我在浇筑
I've
平台
observed the
上
two of you working from the metal casting platform.
二位的视野经钢
Both of
水
you have blind spots when you're working, and your blind spots intersect each other.
那便是疑犯躲藏的地方。
That is where I suspect the suspect hid themselves.
可是
But my
我
master and I don't just stand there.
钢水
When the
包
ladle
一动
moves, we move along with it. Wouldn't we see them once we start
看
walking?
到他了吗？
Not if they stay in
你
the
们一
blind
直跟着
spot.
钢水包走，
The reason why you would not be able to see the suspect is because
是因为
suspect moved with the
这
ladle.
很简单。
It's quite simple. By moving alongside the ladle, they would continuously stay in the blind spot.
这
But that's
没错。
true. As long as they cannot see the workers won't be able to see them.
对面的，因为光
Because the path of light is reversible.
真是有趣的方法
Interesting. If this was published in a novel or column, I'm sure readers would be interested.
读者们不过
However, I'm afraid Mr. Detective forgot that Ting's falling caused an explosion.
如果
If there was another person on the platform at the time, how could they survive?
可今
If there were no other casualties in the falling incident
并没有
today.
其他人员伤亡。
这又如何
How do you
解释呢？
explain that?
我想
I believe the suspect could have hidden
Eva.
here. Guess it'd have to be over here, right?
2号楼右侧的通道
The
并没有
passage on the right side of Furnace 2 was not affected. They could hide here.
经钢水包掩护，
Hidden behind the ladle, they were not far from the passageway when the explosion occurred.
趁丁教母的出现吸引了
While
工人
Ting's
的注意，
appearance caused the attention of the caught the attention of the workers, they hid inside the passageway.
听起来
Sounds like the suspect not only knows steelmaking, but also knows people as well. Knows people well.
可这还是不
That
对
still
啊
doesn't seem right.
啊！
Oh,
我
woo. What right do we have to interrupt their
哪轮
conversation?
得到你插嘴？
阿五，
Oh, woo. What other problems
你
are
觉
you
得
aware
哪里
of?
有问题？
我明
I
明
clearly saw Ting leaning on the railing. He toppled over because it suddenly
消失
disappeared.
才导致他翻下去的。若不是神像
If
显
the
灵，
shrine didn't unleash its powers, how could the railings suddenly disappear?
弟弟，
Railings wouldn't disappear into thin air, kiddo. Ghosts don't exist in this world
这个世
either.
界不存在鬼神。
可我明明
But I
看
saw it
见
with my own eyes, I swear.
我也很确
I'm
定。
also 100% sure that you saw things incorrectly.
人在紧
It's
张
easy for
或是
people's
害怕
memories to get
时
confused when they're
很容易
nervous or
出现记忆
afraid.
错乱。
我没
I
看
didn't
错。
see it correctly.
文记者为何如
Miss
此确
Wen, why are you so sure that that Aoi was mistaken?
昨天傍
When
晚
I was taking photos yesterday evening, the railing was already missing.
晚上值夜
Old
班，
Lee, the furnace charger, was the only person on duty last night.
我问
He
过
claims
他
that he didn't install any
过
railings.
栏杆。不信的话，
If you don't believe me, look at this photo.
先生，
Shen,
钢水包
there really is no railing above the ladle.
可我
I saw him
明明
leaning
看
against
见
the
他一闪
railing.
的
What is going wrong with old Chow?
你呀，
Stop sticking your neck out.
出头
Too
鸟
much talk is always a loss.
沈先生，
Mr. Shen, if there wasn't a railing above the ladle, that means Ting stood there by himself.
说明丁教母是自己站在那。工人没
The
有很
workers
确定
are all absolutely certain there wasn't anyone around him.
那他是怎
And
么
how did he fall into the ladle?
所以
That's
我
why I
才
said it was
自杀
suicide.
不过
However, combined with Mr. Detective's detection, it is possible someone is helping him.
或许
栏杆
This
消失，
disappearance of the railing and Ting's falling may be connected to this.
这是阿福
This
的
is the
栏杆
powder
附近
that
找到
Ahu
的
found
粉
near
末
the railings.
这些粉
This
末
powder is actually grayish-white particles that have a lingering pungent
还残
smell.
留着
这是某种物
This is
质
the
烧
residue
掉
of a
的
burnt
残留
substance. We've
目前
only
我只在
found it
这
at the
无
site
限
of the
的栏杆
incident.
附近找到过。
Asbestos? Wait, asbestos doesn't burn. That's why it was used so much.
的确不是炼钢会用到的
This
东西。
indeed doesn't seem like something used in steelmaking.
我们怀疑
We believe that the suspect set up some kind of mechanism on site that caused Ting's falling.
真没
Never
想到
thought that the story behind a
一个
falling
顶
incident
如
could be
事
so
故的背后
complicated.
竟如
机关
A mechanism is quite newsworthy.
那到底是
So what
什
kind
么
of mechanism was it exactly?
这个
Well, we
嘛
still need some time to
我们还
investigate
需要再
that.
花时间研究一下。自强
We've
运
seen
动
a
期
number of
间
Western machines,
本
strange and
版建
intricate
设了
things
不
that
少
left me in
新颖的
awe.
机器。若真
The
能
mechanism you speak of can be restored. This whole incident will basically make sense.
却非
Ghosts and gods were not at work here, but machinery caused it all.
但本版
However,
还有一
there's
点
one thing that I cannot understand.
疑犯
The
所
series
需
of
完成的一
plans
系列
was
筹
quite
谋
complicated and required the cooperation of
离不
Foreman
开丁
Ting.
教母的配合。丁教母
Why would Foreman Ting be at the mercy of
为何会
another?
任人摆布呢？
那时
I'm
的丁
afraid
教
that Foreman Ting at the time had already
凶多吉少
come。to harm.
似乎
How is that so?
阿武说他看到
Abu claimed that he saw Foreman Ting leaning
丁教
against the
母正
railing,
靠在栏杆上
staring down directly downward.
栏杆温度很高，
The railings were burning hot, but it did not matter to him because he could not feel
因为
anymore.
当时的他已经，他的眼睛
His eyes were not looking down, but instead
是
closed.
闭着。这也解释了，
This also explains why Foreman Ting did not jump down, but instead dived forward.
因此
Therefore, I suspect this was a murder.
凶案。
Murder, then,
大人，
Your Honor. We need to conduct another round of investigations.
目前虽已
Although we
大
have a
致知道
preliminary deduction of the suspect's MO, there are still
但
many
仍有很
mysteries.
多疑团未解开。
He was trying to dispose the body, yeah.
是如何
Like how the suspect left the scene.
还有
As
一
well as
个
the suspect's identity and their motive, we have no clue at all at this moment.
丁教母为人执
Ting
拗
is stubborn and has offended
自小
many
得罪
people,
了不少人，但他一
but
心
he's a
为
diligent man who
定
shouldn't
该
have
遭此
suffered
不幸
such misfortune.
只是眼
At
下
present, the ironworks cannot afford to be delayed any
一天也
further.
耽搁不起了。
大人，
Your Honor, the nature of a homicide is different.
若歹人连环
If
作
the
案，
villain commits more crimes, the ironworks will lose even more.
如果
If
明早
there's
还
no
有辩
conclusion
论，
by tomorrow
可
morning,
是起草公告压下
you
舆
may
论，
draft an
再
announcement
细
to calm
细调查
public opinion.
况且，
Besides, I believe
我相信
Mr.
这条先
Detective
生一定
will
会
uncover
在
the
明
truth
早之
before
前
tomorrow
查明
morning.
真相，对吧？带
Isn't
着
that
他
right, great detective?
沈某尽力。
I'll do my
那
best.
就依文小姐的建议来
Then
吧
let's。act according to Miss Wen's suggestion. Black screen immediately.
先生，
Shin,
文小姐
why is
怎么
Miss
又
Wen on our
忽
side
然
all of a
描述啊
sudden? She just wants a story, it's fine.
她好像也完全不
She
在
doesn't
意
seem
说
to
的
mind
人
that she
身
lost to
上
you either.
我听
I
到
heard
了
that,
小
kiddo.
谁要
You
跟你
said
比
that this
赛
was a
啊？
competition.
啊？对文小
The
姐来
news should
说
be，more important to Miss Wen.
坠楼
How about
事故
this?
悬机
Following incident
场
shrouded with mystery,
揭
detective
示
tries to
阴谋
uncover a
侦探
conspiracy.
盲
Okay. Part 2.
先生，
Shen, what should we do next?
若坠楼
Foreman
事
had already come to harm when the falling incident
故
occurred.
遭遇不测，说明平楼
That
二
proves that the second floor furnace area is most likely not the primary crime scene.
得想办法找到
We
第
need
一
to think
线
of a way to find the primary crime scene. Your Honor, there's a few questions about the shrine I would like to ask you. There's no harm in asking. I heard that Mr. Deputy Administrator was the one who arranged the statue. Foreman Ting repeatedly asked me to invite the gods in, and I couldn't argue with him. He was quite concerned about this and even built the shrine by himself. Who would know that after the gods were invited, all these terrible things would happen? So Foreman Ting built the shrine and the altar by himself. Shen, we didn't check the altar behind the shrine either, or the shrine earlier. No matter, feel free to investigate it. As long as you can solve the case as soon as possible. Evidence examination. We rotate. Oh, we can rotate it. Huh? Behind the altar. It's a secret compartment. Rotate all the things. Oops. Why would you make it so obvious, though? Colon 3. No, it's more like, it's more like this. Come on, there it is. Wow! That's that face. Let's see. Why am I using my keyboard for this? It's open! Whoa! Look, Shen, there's a lot of containers and reagents in the secret compartment. It appears this is the true secret of the shrine. Look, they've got salt! Ammonia, sodium hydroxide. I guess it's not salt. It's, yeah. It's sodium hydroxide. There are all kinds of reagents placed on the shelf. What about these, though? Oh, can't examine anything else. There are 3 bottles placed on the shelf, one of which has been sealed at the mouth. Can't read the label on the bottle clearly, so I'll open it. Ugh, there's a gunpowder smell. I got it, Shen. This bottle contains concentrated nitric acid. Oh. 2 pieces of steel, soaked in reagents, seem to have been corroded. One of the labels says, sample made by pig iron burnt with coal from Westphalia. The other label says, sample made by a mixture of Chinese coke breeze and anthracite. There's a black mark on the partition board that feels hollow to the touch. This is the result of corrosion. Crucible, an iron frame, a funnel, a beaker, a conical flask, a dropper. These are all common appliances used for chemical experiments that are placed on the shelf. That was the whole investigation. I didn't expect there was a whole set of chemical appliances hidden within the shrine. This was so he was actually secretly conducting experiments instead of worshipping gods. I never knew any of this. Mr. Deputy Administrator, would it be possible to ask you a few more questions? Go on, Mr. Shen. About the appliances. Has Mr. Deputy Administrator ever seen these chemical appliances in the shrine? I never knew that he was secretly conducting experiments. However, these appliances do look like the ones used in the laboratory in the backyard. Is it possible that Foreman Ting borrowed these from the library? Or laboratory? Library? I can't be sure, but Foreman Ting used to be the assistant to Mr. Robinson, the chemist here. Later on, when we needed a foreman on the factory floor, Mr. Robinson recommended him. Someone was embezzling? Maybe. Is it not true that he was overqualified for a job as a foreman? It is indeed more laborious and dangerous to work on the factory floor than in the laboratory. However, he had a great enthusiasm for steelmaking. About his research, I recall you once said that he had always been studying open hearth steelmaking technology. Yes, he wanted to improve the formulation of steel to reduce costs and increase efficiency. The minerals obtained by our ironworks were mostly phosphate rocks left over by the Japanese. To produce good steel, we had to buy pricey phosphorus-free coke from the foreigners. Not only are production costs high, the quality has always been unstable. After we used open hearth process, the product quality has improved, but costs are still high. Ting suggested replacing foreign coke with a mixture of Pingxiang, coke breeze, and anthracite. Steel would then be refined in the open hearth furnace as phosphorus is removed. The open hearth process uses the alkaline furnace, which is good at removing phosphorus. Nevertheless, this has nothing to do with the chemical appliances in the shrine. Alright, Foreman Ting's suggestions. I heard from workers there was a problem with a batch of the products. Ting's methods reduced costs by a third. We also did tests on its mechanical properties. The results are good. Therefore, we trialed produced a batch of steel rails. Good quality and low price helped us get orders from many railways. That's when things went wrong? Ah, indeed. The test report from London came back saying that there were quality problems with our products. The report says the carbon content of the steel was too low to be durable. The phosphorus content was too high and its prospects of fragmentation. As a result, the construction company for the railways refused to accept our steel rails. The public has also accused us of cutting corners on such an important matter. I felt so ashamed. I'm sure Foreman Ting was also under a lot of stress too. After that incident, Foreman Ting's condition hadn't been so good. So he was actually secretly conducting. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Afu and I shall continue investigating following this clue. What next? Oh, this is just the map. I can't leave. Steel ingot. Steel ingots casted from molten steel in ladle number 2 after the incident. According to Afu, the remains of the deceased will not be within them. This is the desk that Supervisor Ho moved here temporarily. There's a headcloth on the desk. Supervisor Ho was using it to bag the money. There's an account book next to it. Let me take a look. Oops. All these wages were deducted a lot. The reason is because he skipped work multiple times. Abu's wages are the second most deducted for being late. Old Chow has also been deducted. These are circumstances worth keeping in mind. Shen, the store leads to the backyard. Oh, excuse me. Let's head over there and take a look. Ironworks backyard. Monument. This monument was erected when Hanyang Ironworks was first put into operation. At the time, there were quite a few foreign engineers that came to work at the ironworks. We got facts. In June 1894, the Hanyang Ironworks was officially put into operation and a monument was constructed for the commemoration. Many skilled workers from overseas were introduced at the beginning of the establishment of the ironworks. To thank them for their remarkable contributions, the upper half of the monument was engraved with Hanyang in Pinyin and June in French. The pointed hammer and flat hammer at the center was the emblem of the Hanyang Ironworks. The lower half of the monument was engraved with an olive branch symbolizing peace and friendship, Unfortunately destroyed by the flames of war, this monument is now lost. Burlap sack. These gunny sacks are filled with lime. Fujui. How's the investigation going, you guys? You're still investigating. There's some questions we wanted to ask you, Mr. Patrolman. However, we're short on time, so we hope that you can be straight with us. Where's this coming from? My headache is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Then is it good or bad right now? With a murder suspect on the loose in the ironworks, Mr. Lee is already troubled enough. If there's anything you want me to know, relationships. Did you have any problems with anyone? There's quite a few. Let's count. Ah Woo in first. Was it because Foreman Ting was strict and paid Ah Woo's wages late? Not entirely. Ting was stricter with Ah Woo more than he was with anyone else, so Ah Woo hated him. Foreman Ting came from the backwater countryside and was the youngest in his family. In the past 2 years, his family died of illness or old age. He was the last one left. He was also an old bachelor. There's no one to even handle his funeral affairs. Ah Woo was born to a poor family. He's clever. Everyone knows Ting treated him like his son. Alas, it is regrettable that Ting was obsessed with steelmaking. He was not considerate at all. Obliviously, he meant well, but sometimes his words sounded harsh and mean. That's why Ah Woo kicked over his shrine a while ago. So Foreman Ting was really quite alone. It sounds pitiful. Other than Ah Woo, who else did Foreman Ting have a dispute with? Old Lee is also quite stubborn, so those two stubborn old men often fought. Also, a while back, Foreman Ting even beat up that foreign boss from the laboratory. Thanks to his bad temper, he lost his job in the lab and became a flavor foreman here. Alright. Objects under the tarp. I'm sure it's pig iron underneath this tarpaulin. Huh? This isn't pig iron. Shen, there are rubber blocks piled underneath here. A large quantity of rubber. Is there a need for rubber in the process of steelmaking? Not at all. These rubber blocks belong to Mr. Lee. They're just temporarily stacked here. Afu, under our feet. Huh? Oh, these are scraps of rubber. That means someone processed rubber blocks here. Shabby uniform. There's a uniform over here. It looks really dirty and it's all covered in rust. Only a worker in the changing area can make their clothes this dirty. Sir, do you know who this clothing belongs to? You can ask around and see which worker came to the warehouse today. Are you sure this uniform was discarded today? I just cleaned this place up. With old Chow and the other last night before we got off work. The situation is worth recording. Discarded uniform, so someone was in disguise, it seems like. Tools on the chest. A file, a screwdriver, a saw, a wrench. There are a lot of tools placed on top of this chest. There's an elevator. There's also another door here, though. This laboratory is huge! Well, speak of the devil. I was just telling Mr. Robinson about you two, detectives. There are a few questions we would like to ask Mr. Robinson. Of course, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Robinson, a chemist from England. He's also the head of this laboratory. Mr. Robinson, this is Mr. Shen. Beside him is his assistant, Afu. Mr. Shen, I did hear thy deductions are marvelous. This case is still under investigation, so your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. If it be true that there is aught I can hope thee with, prithee did let me knoweth. Mr. Robinson, I'm also really interested in chemistry. If there are some experiments that come to mind, can I borrow your laboratory table? Aye, aye. There's several test tubes and scales on the lab table. Alright, Mr. Robinson. About yourself. Mr. Robinson, can I ask you to give us an introduction to the tasks of a chemist? To be able to smelt metals, 'tis behooveful to understand the composition of the minerals. Why do you speak like this, sir? You're deciding the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to use it. Mr. Robinson is saying, before steelmaking, we need to know the composition of the minerals. Then we decide to the ingredients, proportions, and which refining process to use. He is responsible for running tests on the composition of various minerals throughout chemistry. So Mr. Robinson is also in charge of chemical testing for the quality of the steel rails, right? We doth not hath the arts to explore the caliber of steel rails. What Mr. Robinson means to say is that the Ironworks laboratory does not have the credentials to run tests on steel rails. Credentials? Railway constructors, mainly foreign companies, have their own preferred testing institutions. Test reports issued by our Ironworks are unable to get approved. He speaketh the truth. Ho! About Foreman Ting. I heard that he once served as your assistant. Why was he transferred to the factory floor? Ting was vastly talented. I applaud his contributions as mine aide. He did doth help me in many ways, and in return I did giveth him bounteous rewards. Oh, equals so, he did maketh an unforgivable misprision. He was a cut purse. He did steal my notes, which did hath the multitudinous data of the essence. He did steal laboratory equipments, then did return them on the next morn. Oh me, the gods! Doth he truly bethink yond I would not find out? Everything hither hath a fixed placement. I did knoweth of his trickery aforetime. Sounds like Foreman Ting just wanted to gain more knowledge. The lab hath its own rules. I doth not like people who doth not follow the rules. I'm used going to work on the factory floor. What's the superior answer for Ting? Alright, sure. Stack of documents, a bottle of ink, and a quill pen are placed on the desk. This is a chemical report, test report for steel. Steel in this area, this report is made by using coal from Westphalia. All indexes are up to standard. Steel in this report was made by a mixture of Chinese coke, anti-breeze, and anthracite. What a shame! Due to the high phosphorus content, fragmentation easily appears in the steel. It seems that the choice of fuel really affects the quality of the steel. A complete account of iron manufacture, electricity. The bookshelf is filled with technical books. The remaining documents are all in foreign languages. Natural philosophy is the first book I read about the studies of physics. Study of physics. Natural philosophy was Isaac Newton, right? No. Benjamin Hobson. During the 19th century, the increasingly close cultural exchanges between China and foreign countries, as well as the influx of Western missionaries, brought modern scientific and technological knowledge into China. Natural philosophy, compiled by Englishman Benjamin Hobson, was regarded as an enlightening read for Chinese people on Western science and technology. Divided into 3 collections, natural philosophy touched upon physics, chemistry, astronomy, zoology, and other knowledge. Ideologist Wang Dao evaluated this composition, saying that a scholar who studies the phenomena of nature to acquire knowledge must start from here and set this as their standard. A brazier. Another brazier. There's some paper ashes in the brazier that seem to have burned out not long ago. This brazier brings back some bad memories. Let's talk to Wen. Potion. Miss Wen, are you here to investigate the laboratory? I'm here for the photos. The camera was destroyed, but fortunately the film inside was untouched. Mr. Robinson for the laboratory helped me develop them. What kind of photos did you take? Can we have a look? Only took a few. Most of these are scenery shots. You can see for yourself. Shen, let's take a look at Miss Wen's photos. One moment, there's still a few questions that I would like to ask Miss Wen. Ask away, great detective. As you were writing a report on the Ironworks, you must know its recent developments. Well, of course, I'm a senior reporter. It's really difficult for national enterprises like the Hanyang Ironworks to develop and grow. They need to buy foreign equipment. Even mineral resources are controlled by foreigners. At the market, foreigners control the right to build most railways in China. They're the ones who decide whose steel rails to buy and what the standards for testing are. Take the Shanghai-Nanjing Railway with the British chief engineer, for example. The agreement specifies that the British in charge of purchasing take a commission of 5%. Naturally, the British will choose to buy Western products to gain more profit. when they purchased steel rails, they would nitpick at Hanyang Ironworks products. Recently, the ironworks is more competitive due to a new method that greatly reduces costs. However, rumors about the bad quality of steel rails have sent the ironworks to rock bottom. They're in a bad spot, seems like. No wonder the Deputy Administrator Lee seems so anxious. That's why he hopes that my news reports can help them restore their reputation. Ask away. Okay, no more. Aren't we gonna look at her photos? Oh, there they are. Let's look at the portrait. Look, Shen, it's a portrait of Zhang Jidong. Mr. Zhang advocates education and industry. He's a person I admire greatly. Zhang Jidong was a representative figure of... Okay. I wanted to get away from that audio. Zhang Jidong was a representative figure of the Western affairs movement in the late Qing dynasty. He advocated Chinese traditional values for foundation, Western ideology for practical use. Having experienced the Sino-French War, he was deeply aware of the importance of industrial development. In the spring of 1890, as the Viceroy of Huguang, he collected funds through various places. After going through hardship, he was finally able to begin the construction of the Hanyang Iron Works in 1891, and began officially producing iron from June 30th, 1894, with the most advanced technology in the world at the time. He produced the first furnace of molten steel in China. Alright, let's look at the photos. And I'm gonna turn on the lights, hold on. Alright. On the left is a photo of Hanyang Iron Works freight dock. In the middle is a photo of the molten steel basin. We've seen this before. This photo was taken in the office of the furnace factory. Where's the shrine? I guess it's from a different angle. The office of the photo looks different to what it's like now. Miss Wen, was this photo taken yesterday evening as well? Yep, what about it? The detail in the photo differs from how the office is now. It seems quite peculiar. What are they talking about? I wonder. I mean, the shrine is here. The shrine candles are lit. Oh, the diagram is different. Shen, the blueprints on the wall changed. In the photo, a flowchart of the steel-making process was placed above the map. But now it's a working drawing of the open hearth furnace. Furthermore, the map in the photo looks evidently more worn down. Who did it? Why would they suddenly make such a change? When the incident occurred, I was in the office. The blueprints were switched out then. Chen, do you think this could be related to Foreman Ting's death? It is hard to believe that there is no connection whatsoever between these two. Could be that the suspect did it? We cannot rule out the possibility that Foreman Ting did this. Oh. Why are we suddenly here? Was it necessary for Foreman Ting to replace the flow chart with a working drawing? Could you not surprise me like that? Could you not avoid the subject? Answer me. Was it necessary for Foreman Ting to replace the flowchart with a working drawing? There was no need. Both furnaces are in operation. It didn't make sense to hang the working drawing up again. Foreman Ting had no reason to change the blueprints, nor did other workers. Unless the suspect did it. Go on. Does the suspect have a valid reason to replace the blueprint? To destroy information. Clearly, there was some information on the paper that they did not want us to see. In order to destroy it, they switched out both of the blueprints. So, what kind of information was it? Maybe they swapped out the processes. Nothing special about the two blueprints in the photo. No traces of handwriting on them either. Aside from its worn-out state, the map is the exact same as the map on the wall now. Which means... Perhaps the information exists in some kind of hidden way?
比如
For example, ink that can only be shown under certain circumstances? Or perhaps the paper has undergone special treatment.
假设真有那么隐蔽
If
的
there
信
really
息，
was such hidden information, there would be no need to replace the blueprints.
这说明
Which means it was left alone.
只能是
The
后有
information could only have been left alone.
说明
After the photo was taken, new information appeared on the blueprints that were torn off.
这期间被撕掉的图，所以
So what's the new information?
是什么？可能
There
性
are too
太
many possibilities. No, the suspect only has one reason to hide evidence.
为隐藏的
The
证据
hidden evidence will reveal their crime.
有人一直在营
Rumors
造
say the Ting was killed by ghosts, but he was most certainly murdered before, or most likely murdered before falling into the ladle.
已经遭遇不测。这意味
This
着
means that the new information that appeared on the
不
blueprint
是新
was
出现的信息时，
bloodstains.
可能
It
性
was
最
most
大
likely bloodstains.
疑犯
The
将
suspect is trying to make people believe that Ting was killed by ghosts.
如果车
If a
间
bloodstain is found on the factory floor, their scheme would be exposed.
证据
Evidence. Give me evidence that supports your deduction. No, it's not. It's not bloodstains.
能侧面佐证死者受伤流血的证据是
Discarded uniform.
不
No, this piece of evidence is irrelevant to the problem with the
佐
bloodstains.
证死者受伤流血的证据。
Powder? No, that's the the incident site. That's right, Foreman Ting abnormally wore a headcloth this morning.
头巾的
The
作
headcloth may have been used to cover scars and bloodstains on his head.
不过
However, this is not enough to prove the hypothesis I just made.
可惜，
Unfortunately, the body has been destroyed, otherwise an autopsy would reveal everything.
即便是假
Even if it's
设，
just hypothesis, at least tells us that
案发的
the
第一线
primary crime scene is most likely the
公
office.
示房，
Let's go. Shen! Are you alright? Did your headache act up again? I'm fine. Just now I've understood something. It is most likely that the office was the primary crime scene. The blueprints were switched out because blood splattered across them. Whoa, so that's what it was! However, this is just a hypothesis. We need to find a way to prove it. If blood splattered on the blueprints, we should be able to find bloodstains on the wall. But we didn't find anything at all, so it must have been wiped clean. If only we could find a way to test for it. Luminol. We don't have luminol. We do have a bunch of, variety of reagents are displayed on this cabinet. Hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, ammonia, hydrogen peroxide. They really do have everything. Awfully, what kind of experiments are these reagents used for? They're mainly used to test the composition of minerals and steel. Let's see. Oh! Shen, are you alright? I am. Fine. I just remembered a few unpleasant memories. As long as you're fine. Shen, I just found a bottle of reagent that's quite rare. Perhaps it could be of use? Shen, I've got an idea! In my father's notes, I once read about an ammonia powder that glows when it reacts with blood. I never thought this laboratory would have it. See this one? The scientific name for it is, aminophthalide, 3-aminophthalhydrazide. There you go. Aminophthalhydrazide. Aminophthalhydrazide. I could try to prepare a blood protection reagent. I know my phonics. That would be wonderful. Let's go borrow Mr. Robinson's laboratory table. 3 blah blah blah. No, it's not blah blah blah, it's 3-aminophthalhydrazide. It's time to prepare the blood detection reagent. Remember, left for items, right for weights. I just need to follow my father's notes step by step. I'm sure it will be made perfectly. What are the notes? These are so tiny. Can I get a zoom in? What the heck? don't look right. Okay, this is NaOH, 6 grams. Oh, there's a tab. Hold on, I can press tab. Okay. 6 grams of that. How do I put this on? How do I put it on? You said left for items, right? Oh, I'm dumb. I'm pouring into the beaker. How do I put this on here, though? Huh? How do I do anything? Alright, there we go. Oh no, I put it. Oh, you have to put it in the right order. Let me redo it just to be safe. Okay. Order matters. Alright, luminol, 0.2 grams. Now it's, this one. Sodium. Oops, keep putting the wrong one. Why is it located on this side? Next is H2O2. 40 milliliters. Alright. What am I doing? How do I get rid of you? Okay, there's no way to port it back. All right. Oops. Oh, the wrong order. Crap. It's H2O, 90 milliliters. You like the pour sound? That's great. Listen, classic me. The blood detection reagent is all done. Blood detection reagent. The oxidation reaction between the reagent prepared by Alpha and the iron and the hemoglobin. Oops. Excellent. Let's go to the office for verification. Let's go. We never did check this elevator. Hold it right there, Mr. Shen. What's wrong, Mr. Patrolman? We can't go through. The elevator leads to the second floor. The conveyor door is locked. Even if you went up there, you'd have to come back down. Alright, nothing. Office time. Let's solve this mystery. Mr. Deputy Administrator, we suspect that the office is at the scene of the crime. We need to detect blood. Shall we close the door and windows and turn off all the lights? As long as it contributes to uncovering the truth, do whatever is convenient for you two. Office sprayed the blood detection reagent throughout the room. Look, Shen, it's blood! Blood on the walls and on the floor! Is everything that's glowing a blood stain? It appears that we need to reinvestigate this room. The bloodstains on the wall are mainly cast-off pattern bloodstains with a wide range. Preliminary judgment, the murder weapon was not a knife, but a blunt object instead. Could the murder weapon be something inside this room? If it's an object in this room, the murderer probably committed a crime of passion. There are 2 long cast-off bloodstains on the name of the board of the name badges. The cast-off range is wider than any of the cases I've seen before. Shen, the name badges are blocking the bloodstain. Shall I take them down and test them? Sure, but keep a track record of the hanging positions of each name on the of each name badge. Understood. The hanging positions can also be clues. I already tested the name badges, and there weren't any reactions to the blood. The statue? I mean, maybe, but it doesn't. I mean, I guess we didn't test everything. It looks like there were no name badges on that section when the blood splattered. The bloodstains on the copper board are continuous and unobscured. Shen, does this mean the crime took place before the workers started work? You're correct. Dual blueprints is cast off pattern bloodstains as expected. The cast off range is quite wide, so the murder weapon seems to be something that is very long. I'll take down the map and paste it back on later. The bloodstains on the wall stops when it reaches the map. The murderer really switched out the blueprints to hide the bloodstains. Shen's deduction is incredible. There's this big circular one here. These 2 bloodstains look really strange. This one looks like a symbol drawn on the bloodstained floor. The other looks like a stamp and feels somewhat familiar. Something that could leave such a large bloodstain could be the murder weapon, right? This is highly possible. Afu, this trace is very important and needs to be specifically recorded. No problem. Shen, I have a bold hypothesis. Go on. My instinct tells me that the murder weapon was the statue of Ganjiang and Moye. The weight is appropriate, but the shape seems to be a bit short. You can try to test it. Afu examined the shrine and the statue closely. There's no luminous reactions at all. I guess it wasn't the statue. If only my instincts were as sharp as Shen's. I do not rely on my instincts to solve cases, though. There isn't any reaction to the blood on this clock, which means it's not the murder weapon. I already tested every object under this, and there weren't any reactions to the blood. There's a blurry bloodstain on the floor with uneven thickness. There's a swipe pattern bloodstain left by the murderer when they cleaned up the crime scene. You see those parallel lines at the edges are swipe marks. Scattered spots surrounding the blurry bloodstain that seem to be projected bloodstains. This is the result of blood colliding and splattering all around. Such traces often appear at the scene where a victim is repeatedly hit by a blunt instrument. Anything else? Shen, do you think the steel-railed sample on the display shelf could be the murder weapon? You might as well try testing it? I'm afraid I can't. What's the matter? The reagent is applied on steel rail. The results might be inaccurate. Alright. Knowledge. Swipe pattern blood. Swipe pattern bloodstains are bloodstains left upon the contact area from a moving source through collision or friction. Generally irregular in shape, they can be identified through demarcation. Projected bloodstains. Projected bloodstains are bloodstain patterns that are created when some form of energy has been transferred to a blood source through impact or force, resulting in blood splatters that fall upon surrounding surfaces. Generally categorized as impact splatters, splash pattern bloodstains, back spatters, and expirated blood. Luminol. Luminol is a chemical reagent that was first synthesized in 1853 and emits blue light when oxidized. Due to the bivalent iron in blood acting as a catalyst for this reaction, the forensic science began using it in the 1930s to detect blood traces at crime scenes. The luminol reaction is highly sensitive, capable of detecting blood stains that have been wiped away or are very old. In the story, the use of luminol by Afu to detect blood is a fictional element. Okay. Eerie statues. Dad, I know the principle behind the shrine unleashing its powers. Is it related to the chemical reagents inside the cabinet? Exactly, the so-called powers of the shrine is actually... Chemical smoke. Awu probably knocked over certain reagents, causing a reaction that produced smoke. Can you think of the specific chemical reaction? What did the workers actually perceive, smoke or fog? Shen, you asked me too soon. Give me some more time to rethink this. Remember when Awu kicked the shrine? I bet he accidentally knocked over the concentrated nitric acid in the cabinet. The acid has a gunpowder smell, and when it evaporates, it produces a yellowish white smoke. If that is the case, then Awu fell ill because he inhaled acid. Yes, nitric acid harms the respiratory tract. Awu was close by, he probably inhaled a lot. They're afraid of ghosts and don't know chemistry. It's easy for them to be superstitious. Afu, that was good deducing. Yeah, classic me. Apparently, worshipping the shrine behind closed doors was just a cover. Foreman Ting was actually conducting some kind of chemical experiment in secret. Huh? There's a laboratory in the factory. Why didn't he just go there to conduct experiments? Obviously, he did not want anyone to know. He must have had a reason. In the event that... Okay. Foreman Ting is really unpopular. Nobody likes him. It feels like everyone has a motive. Sight. Okay. Even if the suspect used the ladle to stay undercover and avoided the sight of Old Chow and Awu, how were they able to leave the scene completely undetected? After the incident, workers were fighting the fire in front of the surface. They would have seen them if they walked out from the front. I believe their safest choice would be the elevator in the charging area behind the furnace. But Old Lee said he didn't see anyone unless he... We need to reinvestigate the surroundings of the charging area. Shen, once I saw those rubber blocks, I understood everything. Pungent grayish powder we found on site was the residue from the burning of rubber. You mean to say that the murderer had set up a rubber rod there as a railing? The rubber I've seen in the past is soft and incapable of supporting the weight of a person. What we found in the warehouse was not just ordinary rubber, but vulcanized hard rubber. At ambient temperature, it can sustain a person's weight and won't easily become deformed. But once the outlet shutter is opened and the temperature close by rises rapidly, the rubber will then soften and deform, causing Foreman Ting to topple over. From a distance, it would seem like the railing had suddenly disappeared. It appears the murderer is very familiar with what is stored inside the warehouse. I mean, that sounds like it would have to be the administrator then, right? Or deputy administrator? That's who's keeping the rubber, right? Right? Oh, what are you doing here? Did you just say the foreman was murdered? At present, it is highly likely that he was murdered. Mr. Shen, you believe what I say, right? Yes? I remembered something strange. My master doesn't let me say much, and I'm not sure if this is important or not, but if no one else here, I will be at ease and tell us. This morning, I noticed that the crane hook was not stationed at its usual position. Where is the crane hook usually positioned? It's supposed to be between furnaces number 1 and furnace number 2. When I got there this morning, I saw the crane hook stationed in front of furnace 2. Huh? Is it possible that someone used the crane hook during working hours? Not likely. No one would move the crane hook if we weren't casting ingots. We suspect that someone used the crane hook last night. That's right! Thank you, Awu. This really helps with our investigations. Anyway, hurry up and find that murderer. Good guy, Awu. Bit of a hothead, but, you know, seems like he means well. The existing evidence is enough for me to sort out some doubts. He briefed him on his recent analysis. You're saying Foreman Ting was murdered. It wasn't because he provoked the thing at the shrine? Of course, he went to the office and nothing happened. Old Lee, between last night and this morning, have you noticed anything unusual? Or perhaps have you heard any strange noises? Nothing unusual or any strange noises. Were you working at the second floor furnace area all night? Yes, sometimes I take a break, but I never left, not even for a second. Spent the whole night on the second floor and found nothing unusual that conflicts with... The movements of the crane hook are exceedingly noisy. If you were really here all night, how could you have not known that someone used the crane hook last night? Unless you were the person who moved the crane hook. It wasn't me! Last night I did in fact leave the second floor furnace area. Where did you go? I stayed up past midnight. I was very hungry and I went to the dock to have a midnight snack. No way, if you left, who was looking after the furnace? The furnace could be unattended for an hour after materials are shoveled in. Patrolman Koo can prove it. Whenever I'm on duty, we go to the dock together around that time. I swear, I'm not lying. We'll trust your words for now. Is there anything else that you're hiding from us? No. Oldie, have you ever opened the conveyor door after the incident? Well, that's... If you keep fumbling, it'll just increase your suspicions. Well... Fine, then after the incident, I did open the conveyor door without permission. The fire was so intense, it's only natural that I fear death. Oldly, it's only natural or human nature to flee for your life. Why did you keep this a secret earlier? There are rules of operation that require workers to put out the fires a priority. I didn't have the guts to stay, but I was also afraid they would cut my pay. I have a family to support, so many mouths to feed. Be at ease, Oldly. We just want to uncover the truth. We did not intend to cause you trouble. Yeah, thanks a lot. After the incident, Oldly had opened the conveyor door, so the suspect probably left through it. The splashes of molten steel make it impossible to pass through the stairs in front. For a long time after the incident, the conveyor door was the only way to leave the second floor. Shen, I understand now. There are only three possibilities. The murderer was Oldly, someone Oldly covered for, or someone left the scene after Oldly. Shen, doesn't this mean that the person who arrived at the scene immediately, blah blah blah? Even if that person is not Oldly, that would be someone who is quite familiar with Oldly. That is why I could predict Oldly's behavior and use it to his advantage to carry out the plan. We have already examined all the places that could be investigated within the ironworks. It is time to ask Deputy Administrator Lee to gather everyone for a discussion. Alright, it's time! Let's go! Let's wrap this up. By gathering us all here, I'm sure Mr. Shen has come to a conclusion. There's no time to waste, please begin right away. Deduction: the truth behind Foreman Ting's falling incident. Through investigations, we can confirm that the death of Foreman Ting was the result of murder. The furnace area where Ting's falling incident occurred was actually the secondary crime scene. The murderer used a mechanism to make Ting jump into the ladle, staging a suicide. The presumed disappearing railing was actually a fake railing that was made from rubber. We found a batch of hard rubber blocks in the warehouse as well as traces from processing them. This kind of vulcanized rubber won't easily deform at room temperature. But when molten steel flows out, the rubber will gradually soften due to burning heat. The softened rubber railing wouldn't be able to sustain any weight at all. Ting's fall caused an explosion, burning up the rubber railing, which disappeared completely. The grayish white powder we found on the site was the residue from the burning rubber. These rubber blocks belong to Hubei Arsenal and are stored here temporarily. Who knew that it would be used by someone with ulterior motives? This proves that the murderer knows the warehouse inventory like the back of their hand, so it's someone who works here. After the incident, Oldly could not withstand the heat and opened the conveyor door. So all the murderer had to do was take the elevator after Oldly left to make their getaway. If the murderer was on the second floor the entire time, how come Oldly never noticed them? That is because they were able to find a perfect hiding spot. The murderer must have hidden this location. How could this be the right place? You should think this. What? Yeah, inside, under the tarp. This is a sheet of dust cover. At the time, the murderer had hid underneath it along with the body. The furnace charger would have found them once he went to shovel materials. It takes 8 hours to purify steel in a furnace. Iron is required at the beginning. After that, only subsidiary materials are needed.
对
Yes, that's right. There's no need for me to go back after I've shoveled the iron.
不需要再去了。
这凶
This
手
murderer is quite familiar with the steelmaking process, huh?
若依沈先
Based
生
on what Mr. Shen has said,
是老李，
wouldn't it be easier to say that old Lee was the murderer?
是
That's true. He's the only person on the second floor. It would be easy for him to hide a body.
尸体，一如
It wasn't me. That's just putting a kang on an innocent man. I've been wronged. Kanga?
沈先生，
Mr. Shen, you know this is more than anyone else. It really wasn't me.
我呀，
考虑到这个
Consider this piece of evidence. I believe that old Lee was not the murderer. Where did this get written then? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like heat?
钢碎闸
The
拉
molten steel outlet shutter lever can prove that old Lee is innocent.
事发时
When the incident occurred, old Lee was adding materials into Furnace 1.
话虽然在
Mr. Shen, although that sounds reasonable, but this is a one-sided statement from old Lee.
这话
You
不
can't say that. I'm just a bamboo pole going through the city gates. Straightforward, I'd never tell a lie. A one-sided statement can't be taken into account as evidence. You need to think this over.
考虑到这个证据，
What am I looking for here? I guess, yeah.
这件
This new uniform stained with rust was discarded by someone and left in the warehouse.
功夫只有
Only the
前
chest
胸
and
和膝
knees
盖处
areas of the
扎了
uniform
大
were
面积铁锈
stained extensively with rust,
铁锈
and the rust only appears on the heap of the iron scrap.
而痕迹深
Suggests the wearer lying on his front in the iron heap.
如果凶手
If
是
Old Lee was the murderer, there was no need for him to hide in the iron heap.
的确没必要
Indeed, his job is there anyway, and it's not unusual for Old Lee to be stained with rust.
反而是
Instead, a person who doesn't usually wear a uniform is more likely to do so,
才会这，所以
which means the murderer most likely isn't a worker,
但他又
yet
很
they are
熟悉
familiar
仓
with
库
the
中
inventory
的
of
物品
the
和用的流
warehouse
程
and the steelmaking process.
文小姐，
Miss Wen, being able to forge a suicide note should also be taken into consideration.
自然，
So it's this guy then, right? It's gotta be him.
凶手不仅
The
会
murderer
写字，
not only can write, but is also capable of imitating others' handwriting.
看来
It
沈
appears
先
that
生
Shen has
心
come to a
里有
conclusion.
数
Please identify the murderer as soon as possible. The prime suspect of this case is you, Mr. Ho.
何思说
Supervisor Ho does meet all the
条
conditions,
件
especially the one about imitating handwriting.
许恒，这是怎么回事？
Shuheng, what is the meaning of this?
大人，
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Shen is probably
沈先
mistaken.
生应该是弄错了吧？假设沈
If
先
Formantic
生
was murdered, the murderer had to drag his body to the second floor.
凶手又将遗体拖上平楼2层。可在下
I'm just a feeble scholar, so it would have been impossible for me to do
他是
so.
办不到啊。
这并不
That
难，
would not be so difficult as long as you use
您
this
只
for
需
support.
借助这件物品即可。
You use an entire crane for that? After charging materials into the furnace, Old Lee usually takes a break from work for 1 hour. You knew about Old Lee's habit, so you took advantage of Old Lee's absence. Starting the crane hook, then transported the corpse to the second floor furnace area. He took damage. Mr. Shen thinks that I'm the murderer, then I'm fine. Alright, then fine, go on and regard me as the murderer. Zhu-Heng, I entrusted him to investigate this case. It's his duty to report suspicious people. If you have any objections, it would be best that you prove your innocence. You do not need to force Supervisor Ho to prove his innocence, Mr. Deputy Administrator. Since I suspect Supervisor Ho, naturally, I will provide evidence to prove it. Gentlemen should not be humiliated. There's no need for hypocrisy, Mr. Shen. In that case, would Mr. Ho be willing to have a debate with me? True gold does not fear fire. I shall not succumb to your injustice. Debate time! New mechanic? May I ask the reason why Mr. Shen, I regard you as the prime suspect is because you're the most consistent with the features of the murderer. I read the book The System of Logic. Deductions need to be logical. All features of the murderer summarized before. If you insist that these are the characteristics of the murderer, I do indeed fit the requirements. However, that doesn't mean that I must be the murderer, does it? For example, sealed rail is very sturdy and made by iron. That's his characteristics. Not anything... What? He's a typical fallacy of interference. Mr. Shen, what do you reckon? I can't... What's this? I can't read it! It's too fast! It appears that everything is... Different people and steel is steel. This is a complexity to the actions of people. The characteristics that are reflected cannot be possibly compared with steel rails. Mr. Shen, I just want to know, do you think that anything sturdy and iron-made is steel rail? Of course, not all things, but consequently, not everybody knows that the warehouse arrives late is the murder. There's a big difference between people and steel. Even so, the difference between people are an endless variety as all these various features of murderers you listed. That is just one of the many possibilities. But identifying someone as the murderer with only a few possibilities, isn't that too rash? What? Hey, it's overgeneralization then. You're overgeneralizing based on only 2 features, iron made and sturdiness. There's no way a complete deduction can be made. Aren't you the same, Mr. Shen? Haven't you heard the stories of the blind Viel the elephant? How would they react when someone's clear-sighted? You're wrong. How am I wrong? The so-called features of the murder that you claim of... Why is it so fast? Are just pieced together by rumors and sayings. There's no logic behind it at all. You're the one who is actually overgeneralizing. Yay, we died. Mr. Shen suspects me? Then you must provide concrete evidence. How can you convince anyone if you're just flapping your mouth? Fucking gish-galloping nonsense. Moreover, what you're saying doesn't make sense at all. Great detective! Your Honor, please give me some more time. Shen, I told you how costly it is. Each day the furnace is not in operation, a fortune will be lost. At present, without any evidence, why would we give you the time of day at such huge cost? Mr. Lee, time is of the essence. Please make your decision as soon as possible. You two did different opinions, but Zhu-Heng's words are more reasonable. I must focus on the bigger picture and resume production as soon as possible. This matter ends now, with no further discussion. Deceived by slander. Deputy Administrator Lee deceived Supervisor Ho's, by Supervisor Ho's cunning arguments, expelled Shen Chung-Ping and Afu from the ironworks. It's gotta be this, right? It was this, right? This is what we're working with? Yeah, okay. Skip. Fast talking escape. I literally have no idea what he's even talking about. He just started talking about fucking iron for some reason. If you insist that these are the characteristics of the murderer, I do indeed fit the requirements. However, that doesn't mean that I must be the murderer, does it? Mr. Ho, you're refuting a covert replacement of my proposition. What I said was the prime suspect, not the murderer. A man with features of the murderer is not necessarily a murderer, but the murderer must be among those who meet such features. All people who meet these characteristics are all suspected of being the murderer. Mr. Shen, you keep blurting out words suspect and murderer. You're the one who is misleading. Your so-called deduction is all speculation based on testimony. There's no evidence to prove that a murder actually occurred, right? The crane hook is based on a one-sided statement by Ah Wu. The murder can only leave bloodstain. I'm able to confirm because we found bloodstains in this office. This is the actual primary scene of the crime. How could this be? Ah Wu made a reagent that glows when it interacts with blood. Does such a reagent really exist? How come I never heard of it? Huh, you're just bluffing. Mr. Lee saw our investigation process with his own eyes. I can test it again right in front of you. Even bloodstains from a long time ago can be detected. A long time ago? Fucking Ah Wu, please. You're absolutely right, little Ah Wu. Those could be traces from a long time ago. Considering that, how can you be sure a murder happened last night? I'm able to prove the time of the blood spill. The bloodstain breaks in continuity when it reaches the blueprints. No bloodstains were seen on the wall behind the blueprints either. This proves the blueprints on the wall were switched out by someone. The missing section exists on the switched out blueprints. And the blueprints were switched out last night. So, that doesn't prove anything. Who knows if the blueprint had bloodstains from a long time ago? In my memory, those two blueprints were smudged and dirty anyway. Mr. Ho, you still have yet to realize the crux of the matter. I can determine when the blueprints were switched out is because yesterday evening, Miss Wen took a photo of the office. The photo, what was on the wall, were old blueprints. There were no bloodstains on them at all. This means blood spilt last night. Ugh. Refute! You have a silver tongue, Mr. Shen. I admit defeat. So you're pleading guilty? That's not the case. All I did was lose the debate. Where's the crime in that? Moreover, the debate we had just now is entirely based on an assumption. What assumption? That little Ah Wu's reagent is actually able to detect bloodstains. I studied chemistry at the Ironworks School, and I've read countless foreign books. I've seen a number of fluorescent dyes, but I've never heard of a blood detection reagent. It's possible that it's just a street trick, like changing the color of water or something. How is my reagent just a street trick now? It's mainly composed of luminol and hydrogen peroxide. The iron in blood can catalyze the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide to generate mono-oxygen. Mono-oxygen can oxidize luminol, and that's what makes it glow. You should understand the principle behind it since you've read books. So that means the detection of blood is actually the detection of iron. Oh, you got rolled, Ah Wu. That's right, even the tiniest amount of iron can be detected. Little Ah Wu, this is an ironworks. Iron is everywhere. Generally, steel ingots and ironware won't give false positives, but rust or iron reagents will. Foreman Ting used to conduct experiments in the office that even resulted in explosions. It's also possible that some reagents containing iron were splashed at this time. That could be possible. But the pattern of the bloodstain... You can't even be sure that they're bloodstains. What's there to say about the pattern? It's hard for Mr. Shen's deduction to convince me. Xu Heng also has a certain truth to his words. Your Honor, in my humble opinion, all of Mr. Shen's deductions are just his mere assumptions. Your Honor, murder is a serious crime. This matter should never be handled carelessly. It would be inappropriate to act with undue haste. Shen, it's my fault for being thoughtless. A reagent containing iron will indeed cause luminol to glow. Ho insists that a murder didn't take place in Mr. Lee. Seems like he's almost convinced now. What should we do? We need to think of another way to prove it. No corpse and bloodstains aren't being taken into consideration. What else is it to prove? A murder weapon. Once a murder weapon is identified, we can prove that this was homicide. You're right, you're the best, Shen. We got an idea right away. How can we find the murder weapon in such a short amount of time? Suspect is so cunning, they must have already destroyed the murder weapon.
凡有接
All
触
contact leaves traces. The evidence is not non-existent, but instead undiscovered.
以本
All
物
objects and all images settle in different locations sequentially.
这个图
This
形
figure actually looks quite familiar.
会留下
Something
这
that
么大
could
血迹的
leave
东
such a
西
large bloodstain should be the murder weapon, right?
我知道了
It is clear to me now. The murder weapon was... I don't know what this looks like. It's gotta be something we're holding, apparently. Or we've got evidence for. I guess. Oh yeah, the bag of coins. He was he was carrying it in the bag, right?
凶器就是银元
Or in the headscarf. The murder weapon was silver coins. Literal blood money. Silver coins. Do you literally believe that money makes the mayor go?
何先生
Mr. Ho, these are not ordinary silver coins, but the wages received from you.
光是房地
There were
面
two
的血
bloodstained symbols on the floor, one of which appears on the silver coin.
其中
可是沈先
How
生
could a few silver coins be able to kill anyone, Mr. Shen?
如何？
这件
This
证
piece of evidence will show how silver coins were used as a murder weapon. I mean, the headcloth, right?
这就是
This is the evidence that turned silver coins into the murder weapon. That's nothing. This is the wrong answer.
本办
I
实
just
在
can't see the connection between these
沈
two.
先生，
这件证据会告诉我们
I guess maybe it's the discarded uniform again?
这就是让银元
No. What do you want out of me?
这件证据会告诉我们
Oh, it's in the photo.
让银
The
元
key to making the silver coins the murder weapon lies within this.
沈先生，这张照片有何
Mr. Shen, if there's any mystery with this photo, please point it out directly.
一枚
It
银
may be
元
impossible to kill with one coin, but a bag of coins is enough to be a murder weapon.
诸位请看
You see here, this is the emblem of the Hanyang Iron Works on the money bag.
这是在现
This is
场
another bloodstain found at the crime scene.
其中的符号与铁厂标志的
This
下
pattern is perfectly consistent with the lower half of the Ironworks emblem on the bag.
凶手在行凶之后
After the killing, the murderer put the bloodied bag under the floor, leaving behind a trace.
什么钱
What
袋？
money bag? What silver coins?
何先生，
Mr. Ho, if the money bag wasn't the murder weapon,
你为何要用铜
why
器
did you wrap wages in headcloth?
许恒，照片中的钱袋本办认得，
Shu
的
Hong,
确是你
I recognize the money bag in the photo. It is indeed something you often use.
这到底
What's
是
going on? Where's your money bag?
会办大人
Mr. Lee, Supervisor Ho, suggested that you pay the wages in advance to reassure the people,
实际上是为
when
了
in
消
reality it was to dispose of the murder weapon.
这个行为
This
足以
behavior
说
alone is enough to show that. Oh, Shu Heng, you are the murderer. Oh, he has an idea.
大人，
Your Honor, I accidentally ripped the corner of the money bag this morning due to my negligence.
会避
To
免
prevent the loss of silver coins, I used the headcloth to wrap around the money instead.
那破损的
I
钱
got rid
袋
of the damaged money bag without a second thought. You destroyed it, didn't you?
银元
The
上
blood on the
锁
silver coins can't be washed away, but the money on the bag can be washed away, but the money on the bag can't.
血迹，
Blood? What blood is there?
小兄弟
Don't forget, young boy, you're a reagent.
无法确定
Can't
立场
determine whether the traces on the floor are bloodstains or a reagent containing iron.
真不
I
懂
seriously have no idea how you came to the conclusion that I'm the murderer.
说到
In the end, you have no conclusive evidence to connect this matter to me.
看来
The only way to nail him down is to find direct evidence that proves Supervisor Ho was involved.
是什么
What
样
kind of
的
evidence could it be?
不如由
How
我
about I help you sort out the evidence of this events of this case?
不必了
There's no need. I can do this myself. Review the whole case and figure out which parts of the murder's plan would leave traces. Then I need to present evidence that proves Supervisor Ho was involved. In the office, he murdered Ting with a bag of coins, then carefully cleaned up the crime scene. When Old Lee was away, he used the crane hook to move the body to the second floor. He shaved the rubber in the warehouse, set up the rubber railing before working hours. Once finished, he hid in the iron cloth with tarpaulin, waiting for the right moment to appear. When the casting began, he used the ladle to create the incident, then hid in the corridor. When Old Lee went to check on the explosion, he hid back in the iron heap. Finally, after Old Lee left, he used the elevator to flee the scene. Let's see. What? Carefully clean up the crime scene. Is it the suicide note? Could it be the evidence that he's talking about? Or the testimony? Saw him near the steam turbines? Man, you waited for a long time. Finally, after Old Lee left, he used the elevator to flee the scene. These are the 7 main steps in the murderer's plan. Which part of the plan could leave traces? I need to present the evidence that proves he was involved in that part of the plan. Could leave traces. Ku claims that it was discarded this morning. You wanted to plead guilty with this evidence alone? You're the man with imagination. You're a man with imagination. Keep in mind, what you need to prove is that Supervisor Ho actually committed the crime. All contact leaves traces. Which part of Supervisor Ho's plan could leave what kind of traces? What kind of evidence should I use to prove it? I'm losing health in my mind. Oh. No? It's not that? He carried the body with the thing. That's traces. What do you mean? What do you want from me, game? Shaved rubber on the warehouse and set up the rubber railing before working hours. How would that prove it's him, though? I don't know what the game wants out of me. Perhaps I will be able to find rubber residue on Supervisor Ho. Good idea. However, can the evidence you just presented prove this? Not. I have no evidence on hand to prove that Supervisor Ho processed rubber. However, is it possible that Supervisor Ho was seen with other traces in another part of his plan? Shen! Alright. Yeah, blah 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 blah.
沈先生，
真可惜，在下被。那是
Alright, it's fine. Let's do the game over.
大侦探，本就是无。
What other traces? The blood? There would also be blood on him. Supervisor Ho could not have cleaned up the blood scene up completely. Perhaps I can find the blood stain. In this case, it can prove that murder occurred without relying on the blood reaction reagent. So if you found a blood stain, can you prove that Supervisor Ho is connected to it? It would be very difficult. Even so, he would still insist that it had nothing to do with him. It seems like this part is not the key. I should consider another part of his plan. So it's not the blood stain.
他在仓库中完成后，开始去带老李，最后。
Uniform. Okay, so it was the uniform. It was just I just picked the wrong one. Supervisor Ho must have worn that uniform. How do I prove that he wore that uniform before? If this cannot be proved, he will try to quibble his way out again. Is there no other evidence that can prove he once hid inside the iron heap? What evidence is there? You're too weak. Standing at the doorway of the truth, you can't find the key. That's right, if he hid there, there must be traces. The evidence presented cannot prove this. Which piece of evidence can prove the traces on his person? What? Don't know what you're trying to say, game. What do you want out of me, game? I have seriously no clue. We've tried uniform, we've tried blood, we've tried this. Okay, we test the blood and the iron underneath. I don't fucking... We choose the luminol on the iron, but we already know it's iron! What? I don't understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Hold on. What else can I do for you, Mr. Shen? If you insist that you did not murder anyone, to prove your innocence, could you allow Apu to test your hair and clothes?
Shen Chung-Ping.
Shen Chung-Ping, you're going too far.
Shu
Heng, since you're innocent, why would you be afraid of a test?
大人，
Your Honor, I didn't murder anyone. It's only natural that bloodstains won't be detected on me. But I'd rather die than be humiliated.
这可怪了。
That's strange. It seems that by doing so, your innocence will be restored.
古人
The ancients were able to break all the bones of their bodies to prove their innocence. You're telling me you're afraid of a few drops of reagent, Mr. Ho? I'm completely innocent, of course. I'm not afraid.
大人，
I also need a staff member of the Ironworks to take this test. Just best someone who isn't a worker.
古军弟，
Patrolman Ku, cooperate with them.
好嘞。
Sure thing. Apu used the reagent to test Supervisor Ho and
核磁石发光了。
Patrolman Ku respectively. Look, Supervisor Ho is glowing.
难道
Could it be the blood is detected from his clothes? No, it's iron. That's impossible. I've never been stained with blood.
让卢米
What made the luminol glow was not blood,
而是残留
but
在
in
核
fact
磁
rust that was left on Supervisor Ho.
决定
This is the conclusive evidence. What? What are you talking about?
何先生
Mr. Ho, the iron and rust will also cause the luminol to glow.
一样。
This is something you yourself have been repeatedly emphasizing moments ago. There's a very crucial part of your plans. To avoid running into old Lee, you had to hide underneath the tarpaulin multiple times. All contact leaves traces. There is rusty steel scrap underneath the tarpaulin. Even if you wore a uniform on the outside, the cuffs of your sleeves and the hems of your clothes and your hair are bound to be stained. I'm working in the ironworks all year round. It's only normal for me to be stained with iron. I knew you would say so, which is why I asked the patrolman to act as a controller in an experiment. He also works in the ironworks, yet there's little to no luminal reaction on him. How would you explain this then? Well, that's... When I was making an inventory of iron ore this morning, I accidentally tripped and fell. I guess the cuffs and hems of my shirt were dirty then. How could there have been such a coincidence? Sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. Mr. Ho, how did you fall so that rust got all over your braid? I slipped and fell on my back. You just lied and gave yourself away, Mr. Ho. There's nothing on your back. There's not much of a blue glow on your braid as there is on the top of your head. You tricked me! This is outrageous. Mr. Ho, can we also make a comparison with the traces on the uniform? We'll see if the traces on the uniform can match the traces on you. After leaving the furnace area, you have to show up as soon as possible to avoid suspicion. Then you discussed with Mr. Deputy Administrator about paying wages early to destroy the weapon. Right after, Afu and I arrived at the ironworks and began our investigations. Therefore, you did not have the time to deal with the traces on your person. That was the reason you were so flustered earlier. Confess, you have no more excuses! Who turned on the lights? That's right. I did it. Shuheng, why in the world would you do this? Shuheng, I found a method that can improve the steel-making process. From this day on, we don't have to buy expensive coke from overseas anymore. Our cost is 1/3 lower than that of Germany and Japan, yet the quality is almost the same. Wormington, you've finally done it. I've been waiting my whole life for this day, and now our railway can finally use steel rails made by ourselves. Wormington, the test report from London is here. It says that the steel rails made with your new method have a risk of fragmentation. Fragmentation? That's impossible. You just completed a test on its mechanical properties and there were no problems at all. I'll leave the report in your office so you can take a look for yourself. This doesn't make sense. Every segment was undoubtedly. Wormington, you should take a break. You haven't slept in 3 days. This test, there must be something wrong with this test report. You can ask Mr. Robinson to test it again. However, Wormington, it's still because of the coke. It's time to accept reality. Mr. Lee was already deciding to continue pursuing Westphalia coke. Wormington, please understand that this is mainly due to consideration for the production time. But we should congratulate you then, Supervisor Ho. Wormington, what do you mean? You've been fooling the entire factory for months. Tell me, how many benefits have you and Robinson received from them? Wormington, what are you doing? Don't come near me! Wormington! Wormington! Do we really believe that? You mean, in a moment of desperation, you accidentally killed Wormington in self-defense? Yes. Mr. Sheng, it was not self-defense. I do not think he acted purely out of self-defense. There are projected bloodstains on the floor and cast-off patterned bloodstains on the wall. He kept hitting. That shows that the murderer continued to hit Ting on the head even after he fell to the ground. Doing so was just to ensure that Wormington's death was certain. Your way of disposing of the body was impossible to carry out without planning in advance. Therefore, even if you murdered Wormington impromptu last night, your murder scheme was deliberately planned. So, what exactly is the truth? Wormington suggested a method of steelmaking that uses cheaper materials. This method reduces costs but cut off the purchaser's source of wealth. This is the reason why Supervisor Ho and Robinson colluded to falsify the test report. To persuade Mr. Lee to continue purchasing pricey coke so that they could make money from it. Ting suspected the report was false, but he failed to challenge the authority of Mr. Robinson. So he conducted experiments in the name of worshipping gods to prove the report was wrong. Yet Supervisor Ho took advantage of this as well to create the illusion of Ting's suicide. Ho Shuheng, you treacherous leech! Leech? Your Honor, I did all this for the Ironworks. So what if I cooperated with Mr. Robinson and interfered with our self-inspection report? You think I'd be able to tamper with the report in London? Chemical testing, phosphorus content, standards of the process? Those are all shackles that they're forcing us to wear. Even the newspapers besmirching us are owned by them. They're holding our lives by the neck. What do we have that could ever counter that? Ho Shuheng, have you no shame? Rights to build railways in China have always been divvied up among foreign lords. There's a tremendous profit in every single segment. We were under the spotlight after we successfully sealed several steel rails deals a while ago. We used to be runts who followed behind them, yet now you're trying to flip the table over. You think the foreign lords will allow the Ironworks to continue standing in the spotlight? By purchasing expensive coal, you're just returning a portion of the benefits back to them. Is this how you justify filling your own pocket? This way, the Ironworks will survive while I can learn a little money, a way of living. You have brought me such disappointment. Have you lost your ambition to build industry in China? Ambition? Can you eat ambition to sustain yourself? With shackles everywhere, how will we ever be able to improve the prosperity of the country? However, since the test report was falsified, that means... Even though he could only use low-quality minerals and cheap coal, Ting did make good steel. So what? It means that foreigners aren't the only ones who can make innovations in steel-making technology. You can't be so naive as to think that a little innovation can change the situation, can you? It's just the wishful thinking of an ant that wants to move trees. If Foreman Ting's technical innovations really are as insignificant as an ant, why would the foreign lords you speak of sabotage and falsify the reports? Without the accumulation of each speck of innovation, how can we compete with foreign companies? With determination, even mountains can be moved. With unity, our nation is bound to thrive. I will write about Foreman Ting's story in my news report so that I can inspire more people. Many hardships in running an ironworks we won't succeed if we choose to muddle along. Ho Shuheng, a man so short-sighted, you would never understand the weight of such responsibility. Someone take Ho Shuheng away and get Robertson in this office immediately. Case 3, the Haunted Furnace, solved! Yay! Alright. That seems like a good spot to end, right? Case solved. Let's save. Alright, we're gonna end it here. It's getting late. This case went on way longer than I expected. Holy crap, 4 hours. Almost 4.5 even. Yeah. But anyway, that's gonna be it for me. Tuesday, I think we're gonna play Donkey Kong probably like one last time. I don't think there's any more challenges. So we're just gonna see what the 120,000 gold is about. And also collect a bit more bananas. We'll continue this probably next Saturday. Which means we'll probably find something else to do on Thursday. We'll see. I'm not really sure yet. Maybe we'll continue this on Thursday. Who knows? I don't really know my schedule yet. But yeah. That is gonna be it from me. Thank you all so much for hanging out. For those of you on YouTube, hope you all have a good night. We are going to raid someone on Twitch, so that is gonna be it from me. But yeah, hope to see you again. If you want to see more of this game, it'd be a good idea to subscribe so that when it shows up again, you see it on your feed, maybe. It's not gonna be very long. It's not gonna be as long as last time. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. Hope you all have a good one. And yeah, hopefully I see you again soon. Anyway, see you around. Later. Bye!